Hi there. I'm talking to my mortality advisor, Aaron, who's on the line. I don't have the text from on this screen, but hi, Aaron. What's up?
Hi. Yeah, you're more likely to die in other ways than in an airplane. So
Yeah,
you got that going for you.
Not to get too heavy about it, but I was just telling Aaron about my current biggest worry, my current most imminent worry about going to TFCon LA, which is a fresher worry. But I know not only Aaron, but we got another mutual in aeronautics who I will be pestering privately later to give me some, what do you call it, a big ol' hug and a big ol' massage on the shoulders.
I don't know, though. He just became a homeowner, so he may be just extra salty. He's like, no, you're going to die. We're all going to die.
Well, no, he seems like he got a good homeowning situation, you know, like the one where you...
Yeah, that's what you think.
Well,
until you start moving things in, and you move that one piece of carpet, and then all of a sudden you see rot in the foundation. No, what?
He hasn't checked the pipes yet, thinking of good old crazes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
But hello everyone. We're doing a news stream. I'm just gonna do a little names run through here of who I see. Hi there, Long was here. Sideswipe Prime, Shia, Jody, Zero, Diamond Bolt, someone called Axesmith, Tonbot 74, Student Scissors, Corrido, Scorp, Robot Lorekeeper, JT Elm, Switcher Ruby, I think I caught up. I think I caught everyone. Hi! Sideswipe Prime, remembering Crassus's pipes. Yeah. Our good old mutual friend Crassus, when he moved into a new home, and everything was great until he, like, looked in the ceiling and saw that, like, basically the previous homeowner most likely did a real dirty job making the pipes not look like a problem for as much as possible, as short as possible. Those are the good old times with home ownership.
Flipper special.
Yep. Hi there, champion of the Braves. We are indeed doing a fantastic 2004 today. We are halfway through May 04. What I will throw out there is me and Aaron are most likely doing a panel about Newsdive streams at TFCon LA, which does involve me getting to TFCon LA, which, as I mentioned before, I've been having some concerns about, because I'm arriving at LAX, because that's where the direct flights go. But I'm gonna ask some folks who might know more than I do about some of that stuff. Aaron, happy February. How are you feeling since our last one of these? Any more memories come up like
feeling
nowhere?
No, feeling good. I don't think I've had many 2004 memories surface since our last get together. But yeah.
Yeah, I had a real funny night. I slept, I believe, for about 10.5 hours, which, like, when I say that, that's not really a good thing. But I had this prolonged dream in which I was collab streaming with someone else. I'm not sure who. It was like, those people in your dreams who are not really, like, a fully coalesced entity. And I think that every time I woke up, I didn't exit the dream, so I kept thinking I was waiting for them to finish with a washroom break and then falling asleep in the dream, but I realized a few hours later I was falling asleep in real life into just abyss, and then waking up thinking the dream was still going on. Anyway, I'm a little out of it. My apologies if I look a little disheveled. I got a fresh RAF coffee here from across the street.
So is that like 7 levels of Inception that you were waking up and or falling asleep through? You were just like going shallower than deeper than...
It was in fact at like 3 p.m. when I finally went like, wait, I'm in bed! And like violently sat up. Because I was like, yeah, I got really like pulled down into it. Shia, you were not in the dream talking about gravity. There were no identifiable people. The person I was collabing with, I think, was just like some kind of fuzzy image of like, a moving PNG. Just, yeah, that's a genre. You look like your usual self. Thank you, Champion of Braves. I always feel like I look particularly terrible every time I look at the face cam, but then I kind of like, I glance and everyone's like, what happened to you? Yeah, no one's going like, did you get run over by a car? And I'm like, okay, I guess I sound all right. Or look all right. It's angrily waking up at 3 p.m. when I wanted to wake up at like 10 a.m. is the annoying thing. But yeah, I'm going to bop us over to the browser feature. I've got us at our spot. We left off halfway through May 04 on a much younger Aaron's text and photo review. We found the text somehow, because Aaron was good at the archive org, of Energon Mirage. And yeah, we're continuing on from here. Stardust Magician 24, I can say I have yet to be run over by a car in my life. Never say never. Always have dreams and aspirations. I'm just going to rearrange my windows a little bit here. All right. We're starting off with episode listings for DVDs, which usually just skip over. I will throw out there while I'm starting off, anyone new to these Newsdive streams, anyone who did not yet exist as of May 2004 especially, a little shout out to you for being, I guess, 20, I suppose. Transformers game on sale at Circuit City. What is this? Is Circuit City still around, Aaron?
No.
Okay. Well, they did briefly have the Transformers game on sale for $40. The Transformers game was above 40 at launch, really? Maybe we covered that already.
Actually, I clicked on Circuit City and it actually took me to a Circuit City website. I thought Circuit City had like died.
That's just
got split up. Well, I wonder if it's a case of it like died, got bought out, split apart, put back together, and there's now a corpse.
There's a franchisor operating it from inside with rods. Um,
No.
Well, it is on sale on May 16, 2004, so get out there. P Prime at TF Club posting a new VS set. Oh, I have this set. This is the world's smallest Convoy versus Megatron versus set, which mimicked a versus set from classic Japanese G1. I believe it contains the blue parts Megatron from Smallest Transforming Transformers. I have that set, and I think I only ever opened it to peek inside. I otherwise just left it alone because I had those two figures already, and I liked the box.
Okay, I had to go look because it was going to bother me if I didn't. Circuit City was liquidated in 2009.
Aha!
And then in 2016, the Circuit City brand was revived by Circuit City Corporation, by area retail veteran Ronnie Schmuel, who acquired the brand from somebody else. It's a thing that exists.
Circuit City Corporation. Pinky Peeves, hello. You haven't missed much. We just started. Got a lot of people born in the early 90s. Well, welcome to your 30s, I guess. Well, maybe mid-30s now. You're barely removed from me.
Wait for that one joint to start clicking oddly.
We got more new Robot Masters images. Hobbylink Japan. I'm assuming that those listings are down. Oh, that's an article. Never mind. And yeah, Aaron, if you ever catch something that isn't... I guess the thing is now, if it isn't dead, let me know. We've been having so much link rot. I think we've had more link rot in 2004 so far than 2003, to be honest. But I may be biased by that band website with the gig board.
Yeah, that's just a weird time capsule that somehow managed to survive on, because Cafe Press Shop stuff doesn't work in the next one.
They still exist, don't they? Come on, let's.
Yeah.
This was an Under Attack print. Okay, it's an art print. I actually can't remember which one it is. So that's worse. Oh, I did glance at this, Aaron. We have a machine-translated interview with Masahiko Yamazaki. So I have peeked through this. I think I'm just gonna blitz through this and skip the unintelligible parts, because I took a look through this thinking we could do a bit, and it's impossible. This is a little bit too far. There's too much hiragana still in this.
I was going to say, you're going to skip the unreadable bit, so you're going to say, profile, recently it became detailed in the car.
Yeah. Well, this is basically, there were pictures, can't see them. This is already translated. The Transformers item, which continues to actualize the fan acquisition, which exceeds... Yeah, this is check out the interview in Japanese here, or a rough translation here, period, comma. So there's just no line break. Tim Formus! Come on. So, Vinyl Tech considered demandable, so the Shank, demandable, yes. Having present-day cars marketed through the line was kind of new. Antipathy is bought, rather. The Mu, which, that's a Mu, in case anyone's wondering. Why the insecurity is held. Lots of wry smiles in here. I think the gist of this is that, this is the first time Transformers was introducing quote-unquote modern car branding, and, was that a risk? Was that going to go well or not? And there's a lot of wry smiles and laughing and consent, so I think that it was oh, it did turn out okay. There were enough older fans to justify this. The obtaining that's a hiragana for those who want to know. Let's see. You cannot adopt the car of a corporation for the motif of Transformers. Transformers obtain citizenship. They're really, I think, just leaning in on the fact that Vinyl Tech were branded cars.
Yeah.
This here says Micron Booster version 2.
I think I said 1 or 2 episodes ago when alternators Vinyl Tech started being seen around, the number of people that weren't Transformers that seemed interested in it, because they were being very solidly these are whatever 1/24th scale cars of production model cars that are out right now with maybe funky paint, that are extremely good models that were relatively cheap depending on your quality level, and oh yeah, it also turns into a robot.
Mm-hmm. This is, by the way, proceeding into talk of KT collection, which I believe is where the Dirty Eye statue came from. Those little minifigures, the bath time eye.
Mm-hmm.
So they're talking about, I think, the artist aesthetic in those. Talking about the price, 714 yen. Let's see. Lots about Shanks. I do wonder what it is translating into Shank. 5 projects. Oh, okay, there's 5 projects advancing simultaneously because you've got like Superlink, Masterpiece, now Binal Tech, KT Collection, and the Micron Booster. I believe those would be the 5. I'm guessing a little bit. If you want to know perhaps why I said Aaron and I shouldn't just try to play this out, this next question says the A that may do kibi to the fu. The stomach may become painful at whatever standpoint, Rai smile. Of course, mutual feeling is painful extent to understand the ru is. So there's too much other alphabet in here. And I was like, maybe I can just cut in every time Aaron has to say one, but it was a bit too much.
Going to see. Let's see if this shows up in Wayback.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
And we'll just get the real.
The new Babblefish, known as Google Translate. Profundity, it is wide. There's a lot here about convenience stores, so I think that because they were selling, Micron Booster and KT Collection, I believe both at convenience stores. Let's see. Masahiko Yamazaki.
Hey, ho, ho.
Oh, is it working?
We got a link to the Wayback Machine, as it's got to go find the tape that it's on.
Hey there, Chicken Soup.
Yeah, it is much better translated.
Oh, goody. Can you alternate chat me that?
Yep.
Konbini Prime when? That's right, Karita.
Bop, blow.
Elson Kizmorio, hello to you in Manila.
For everyone else as well, since I can put links in that chat. Or should
Yes,
be able to.
you are armed.
And legged.
All right, then if I take all this text...
So see, I have my Chrome set up to just go like, oh, that's silly words. Just go ahead and translate that.
Hang on a sec. Let me save us. Let's look at my friend for a second.
Ah.
I like how Google's like, detect the language, and then it says German. I'm like, no, it's not. Great try, but no. All right. Continuing, attracting fans. I wonder where the shank is. Maybe it was heated. Or expand. Binal Tech is selling well. Modern commercials cars that do not appear in the movie as I wonder if he's talking about the actual movie.
Does it still be 2 years out from that?
Yeah, so, in the very basic pre-production. I can't remember when, was it GM kind of became the car brand for the movie.
Yeah, I don't know when that would have been locked in.
So it's a welcome trend.
Probably pretty early for looking at things. But, yeah.
Oh, this is cool. We're very grateful. You interpret it in a positive way. I thought there was a deep-rooted fan mentality that Transformers are mine! So even 20 years ago, people at Takara were like, we know y'all are... have a propensity towards gatekeeping, but oh, that's cool. The minor idol we supported becomes major. That's actually really true. Like the aughts being kind of when like our little Transformers that we like were like becoming like, more famous, getting more opportunities, more money to spend on doing things. I kind of get that actually. And Yamazaki was expecting a resentful opinion. Apparently, yeah, here we go. Car fans saying I got interested in Transformers because of Binal Tech. That's great. Yeah. That's great. Car manufacturers not understanding the idea. I think we talked about that before, and now they're I think we had heard this back then, maybe at a BotCon panel that like suddenly after like the first couple car manufacturers were starting to reach out, going like, "Hey, can you make ours into a gain citizenship?" This is a cute. This is the whole interview now. This is a cute interview though. Yeah, the rest of this is just them talking about what's coming out.
So the spread of 5 is miniature Transformer Special Edition, which would probably be world's smallest.
Yeah, I think so.
Micron Booster version 2. History Collection.
I think that's KT.
The reissues. History Collection
reissues.
would be the reissues.
Yeah,
Because that's when they were still doing all the boxes.
Yeah.
And then Plastic Kit Collection, which would be the KT.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, and then Vinyl Tech.
Yeah.
So yeah, damn. Yeah, they were cooking on a lot of good juice back then.
Yeah.
Correct. Transformers are now citizens of Japan, not simply merchandise of Japan.
Well, I mean, isn't that part of Vinyl Tech alternators lore that then the Transformers were becoming citizens of Earth?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. It was the old, the EDC thing, I think, hints of it. Yeah, like working with the Earth Defense Corp, the kind of magic idea of a global defense project kind of thing. Interesting how that's actually kind of tapered off in fiction, because I guess too much history happened. But yeah, no, that was helpful. Thank you, Aaron, for digging up the OG. It's fun. It's just fun hearing like a pre-movie version of what people working on it were thinking back then too. We have a Simon Furman auto assembly panel transcript. If this is this is All Toys Transformers. This should actually work. I don't know if I want to read. Oh no, it's really. Okay.
Of course.
Oh, it's through Groups.Google, Google. That's why.
Oh.
So this probably is on Alt Toys Transformers somewhere, but one would have to go dig it up. Not impossible, but I think that's outside my purview for now. There is a Transformers.com pop-up survey asking for a whole bunch of your thoughts and feelings on everything. I wonder if that was in part also from movie build-up, when they were like, now that we're setting this project up, we want to know like the kind of people who'd fill out an online survey who are, I guess, over 20.
This is still 3 years out, so
yeah,
maybe just start the groundwork of like, does it have to be G1? Does it have to be whatever?
Yeah. There's a lot about these 3 years leading up to the 07 movie that I would like to know a whole lot more about on the Hasbro end, less so the movie making end. Because this is when Transformers' identity culturally changed irrevocably forever. Was 07.
Because of Bill's Toys and Games. Oh,
that's right. Wait, do we have one of those yet? No, not yet.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, he's doing the giveaway. Oh, what a nice guy. Giving away an alternator smokescreen. I wonder who won that. New inbox picture of Energon Omega Supreme. The next wave of alternators are going to be a Dodge, Sideswipe, a Jeep Wrangler, Hound, and 2 times unreleased Subaru, which, I think it was Silver Streak, who, in my opinion, was what actually really sold the Subaru mold. Seeing it in a really nice, humble monocolor deco.
In a this could be my car deco.
Yeah. I love race car smokescreen, but that deco also always made that car not quite look real to me, because it was also mimicking a one-of-a-kind car. Yeah.
I want to say, I think it was the next year when they redid it as 1 and 2. I think that there was a way that you could get that scheme because the Subaru had won the rally series or whatever.
Oh, okay.
I've got some vague memory of that. Like there was some special edition or something where it was like you could theoretically get that, but like only the turbo nerds were going out to do such because
the Subaru fandom.
Yeah.
Boulder
Not
with
just somebody that's a Subaru fan, but a Subaru rally fan.
Yeah. The true TM fans. Boulder with can't wait to get this Subaru mold in prowl colors. Yeah. That is where this started to begin as well. I mean, surely. They could just put a light bar up there. We've got a BotCon Direct forum as part of the 2005 boards, which is gone. But yeah, that was the unofficial BotCon. For those who don't know, 2004 was the unique year where there was an unofficial BotCon and an official OTFCC.
Chris.
Yeah.
Wayback has this.
It does.
Not great.
Damn.
But it does.
Enough to see like topic headings and
Yeah.
stuff. Oh, shoot me that link, because I have a lot of trouble getting Wayback to work with the 2005 boards in ways that are helpful. I have a few questions. Oh, the old header is even working.
Yeah.
Freaking old Bill's Toys and Games header. Oh, this is wild. Yeah, there's an old header, by the way.
There's the 20 years of Transformers logo.
Yeah. 1984 to 2004. Oh wow, Crazy Steve. I have a few questions. Can I zoom out a little? Yeah, I can. Okay, I can make this a bit smaller. And do you get? Oh, here we go. Okay. So this shows. Okay, Aaron, I will ask the questions, and you play BotCon.
Okay, I probably have to try channel some Carl here. So
Yeah. Get tall.
I need to put on about 1.5 feet. So I'm going to put my microphone beneath my mouth here.
Stretch. Alexa Silver, we are in the latter half of May 2004, by the way. All right. Do you have any more guests planned that have not yet been announced?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Can I take pictures and or video of everything, including the breakfast?
As far as we know, yes.
Will the art room be comparable in size to the 2002 shows? Will it be bigger?
About the same size, maybe just a bit smaller.
Do you need any more volunteers?
Not at this time.
Will the guests without dedicated autograph sessions like Wally Burr be available for autographs?
We are planning for all guests to have a dedicated autograph sessions. Those final details are being worked out.
Will Wally Burr be participating in any Q&A type panels?
Yes, he will participate in the G1 Writers panel.
Like, you could keep Wally Burr from a panel.
Yeah,
You would have to, like, tie him down to something.
He walked
Solid.
in to half the voice actor
Yeah.
panels.
Yeah.
He was
to just throw shade at them. What? You can do better than that?
he was shouting at Peter Cullen from the back of the room during his panel, if I remember right. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you know, this person didn't know it at the time, but
Right.
can any audience member ask questions at the panels?
Yes.
Besides the convention program, what's a good item to have the G1 writer's autograph?
Anything they worked on would be good. VHS or DVD covers would be an idea.
That's an adorable question.
Yeah.
I
I don't know, your boob? What? Yeah, anything. They'll sign anything.
Hadn't happened yet. Apparently, eventually happened to a couple folks. Will the tables at the art display be roped off as they were at BotCon 2002?
There will be some form of protection as well as staff members on hand.
Have you definitively decided what the first place in the art contest will be?
Not yet.
Oh, jeez. This being an unofficial convention, can I slap the name Transformer on my customs and sell them as such? Not that I would. I was wondering if the guidelines on selling customs had changed since Hasbro will not physically be present.
We would not recommend that under any setting.
Again, what an odd question of only this era. Will program guides be available for purchase by non-preregs and preregs who want extras, and if so, how much will they cost?
They will be available for purchase. The exact cost has not yet been determined.
What's the art on the pre-reg badges gonna look like?
You'll have to wait and see.
This is a classic TFW emoji, by the way.
Yeah.
I think those were some mixture of like BB code and some custom emojis, if I remember right. They have a certain spot in my brain. Are you considering competing for the official convention license when the current one expires?
We are not commenting on any future projects at this time.
Turns out, speaking from the future. Are all the panels being held in the same room?
Yes.
Who's catering the breakfast buffet?
Boston Concessions Group, which is odd because it was in Pasadena, so that was a long trip for some bacon sandwiches.
Yeah. Also, like, what version of this would be the answer where someone goes like, "Well, I'm canceling my pre-reg.
McDonald's.
I'm not eating that slop. That'd be weird." Yeah.
We've got somebody running over to McDonald's. They're just getting like 40 egg McMuffins.
Yeah, if it's a buffet,
On a line.
it's like a really,
Yeah.
really limited buffet. Is there anything Mr. Cullen won't sign? I'm aware he doesn't like violence, and I'm wondering if this will affect his autograph sessions.
Mr. Cullen has discretion in choosing what items he signs.
Oh, wow. Who gets the $5 per autograph that Mr. Cullen is charging? Is it a charity?
Mr. Cullen gets the majority of the profit we get, while a portion of the proceeds to offset the cost of his appearance fee.
Peter Cullen in 2004 was charging $5 per autograph.
Yeah.
$5 per autograph. Ooh.
Since I'm no longer trying to channel Carl, I can bring my microphone back up and quit looking down at it. How you get into the space. Use your whole instrument.
It was, I believe, the early 2010s when the microeconomy, let's say, of convention guest costs really set in. Because I remember it was not an overnight thing, but it was in a very small span of years. There were a lot of there were many voice actors who were actually a little bit resistant because they were like, I don't want to charge that much. And it was literally, they were being told like, well, this is a microeconomy. You have to charge this much or everyone's agents are going to come and throw rocks at you. And yeah, now if you want to see the guy at several $100, it's because now Mr. Cullen has an agent and is a Hollywood movie star technically.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even then, like I know that I've seen some of them where it's like not necessarily a tier list, but a lot of it's, you know, the unfortunate bit of it, you know, when we've seen people get cornered in airports by somebody that has a box of Funko Pops and trying to get signatures that way. And, you know, the person's just like, hey, it's just going to be quicker for me to sign these 10 friggin' Pops and get him out of my hair than try to fight it.
And in 2004, we were like, I don't even know what a Funko Pop is because art toys are still a very, like, the art toy aesthetic.
Because we were still in a blessed age.
Yeah, this is before the art toy. This is when the art toy aesthetic was only getting minorly pillaged by the Bear Brick and the Kubrick. It hadn't really set in yet.
Yeah, and I think the price was also more just like so somebody isn't standing there with 1,000 things. It was more just you know, just a minor tax in order to make sure that what you want is what you're really getting, and then to help, you know, pay for it, because I still think that it cost them a pretty penny to get Peter Cullen to come in the first place.
Oh yeah.
And from where he lived to where the convention center was less than a 30-minute drive.
Yeah, no,
So-
it was only happening because the show was in I think it was
Right.
in Pasadena in order to have Peter Cullen there.
Yes, that
If I remember
is
right.
my remembrance and understanding as well.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, Zero was pointing out that not only $5, and in 04, that guy was concerned who it was going to. Because the entire convention world in a niche show like Transformers conventions was just different. It was way different.
Yeah.
Channel with No Content pointing out, I remember Sean Chiplock, voice of Rivali and Zelda, talking about witnessing Peter Cullen get accosted by autograph scalpers. Yeah, that's been a big concern of mine and a few other people, specifically as of the passing of Kevin Conroy. Because I believe that really shocked a lot of voice actor appreciators into the notion of mortality with a lot of their favorite voice actors.
Right.
And I've been very concerned that a lot of the ones over 70 or over 80 were in danger of getting accosted to the point of danger. And I think that is a concern mirrored by most of the conventions that are bringing them in, to my knowledge. But yeah, it's rough out there. If people are bold enough to walk up to wrestlers and do it, when wrestlers could probably get away with it more to just shove your head into a wall. I don't like the idea of like 80-year-olds getting surrounded by someone with those fold-out walls of sealed Funko Pop boxes.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is just a very cute set of questions. No disrespect to Crazy Steve wherever you are out there. But it's cool to see like an actual post from 04 again. And if I click this, nothing happens, right? Or do I get a?
Yeah, the other clicks are acting weird.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There's it wasn't a very big board. The aftermath. Yeah. I wonder if this works. Oh, well, okay. So some of these posts will at least pop up their paragraphs. That's cool.
Probably the stickies.
That's what we got.
Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can I look at the 2005 board rules? Oh. I wanted to see the 04 version of those when we were coming off of 9/11. Anyway, yeah, thanks for catching that link. That was great. We have another site update offering skins or themes for the site. I don't remember this at all because I don't think I used them. Aaron, do you remember these at all?
I remember these. I want to say it was basically kind of like a light mode, a dark mode, and a grayish mode.
Yeah.
But it was a thing that like you said it and then you just never thought about it again because why are you going through and changing themes on your browsing experience?
Ruby saying stickies is a term I haven't heard in a long time. I mean, I use that for the stuck post on my Blue Sky now, but I guess a lot of people say pinned now,
Yeah.
which is weird because pins are technically an older technology than adhesives, right?
Yeah.
So what is this? Ren Fair ass. In 04, there was an auction for the original Beast Wars Buzzclaw artwork. I wonder where that is now. Superlink trailer. Takara's World's Smallest Transformers coming to the USA? No. In fact, no. There's a review of Car Robots Brave Maximus by who? Who wrote this one?
Let's toss it into the.
If it's not you, then I'll
machine.
just skip by it. But
I was gonna say if mine was there, this one's not archived.
what a scathing review that must have been.
Yeah.
Channel no content. I feel like TFW has such distinct coloring. Picking another theme would be weird. I think that's how I felt in 04. Because TFW has been this kind of like navy-ish blue and gray ever since day one. Like in 1999 even. It was this kind of blue.
There's 800 some entries that have been archived for it. So what's the... Brave Max Robot 2. It just has a single image is all that's saved.
Oh. Tonbot, scathing review of Brave Max because they ate one of the broken shards that didn't pass the drop test. I mean, nobody in the fandom was big-time tough enough to do the drop test themselves. We all took Hasbro's word for it. At least to my knowledge. Auto Assembly 2005 is announced. Oh, right, we talked about it ending, or happening, in the last stream. Hang on, I'm just clicking around here. Next page. Few days late, never... Huh? It's clips from Superlink.
Yeah.
Why is this the headline? Chris, kickback! Chris, kickback.
Yeah.
This is...
He felt bad, so he made a trailer for it.
This is bad SEO.
Episode.
This is bad SEO. Micron Legend, yearbook special shining Unicron. Oh, this is a prize being given away. Was this the green one? Yeah. This is the official version of the lime green Unicron prize figure. Had a magazine scan surface some time back. Okay. USA edition, Universe Toys, Energon stuff released in Hong Kong and DVD. Transformers.com Q&A. Aaron, you want to be the Q or the A?
I was just the A in
All
a
right.
different one. So I'll be the Q here. I've read various reports backed up by photos saying that the new High Wire figure is virtually unpainted from the torso up. Will this be changed in future production?
The deco of High Wire will not be changed going forward as a result of production material limitations.
Does Hasbro have plans to release Soundwave, Skids, the Minibots collection, Astro Train, and Target Master Hot Rod, which were all released in Japan?
We are still in the process of solidifying our plans to release G1 characters. Autobot Skids will be available at Toys R Us this summer, and we will continue to post updates on new character releases.
So far, the only Transformers alternators on store shelves are Smokescreen and Sideswipe. But you have released additional information on Silver Streak, Autobot Hound, Autobot Trax, Dead End, and Meister. Do you plan on releasing more than 2 at a time in the future and release items more frequently?
The above items in the Alternators line will be available this summer and fall. We do plan to continue releasing new Alternators cars consistently throughout the year. On a side note, this is the
Chris,
2000...
correct your reading on that one. That Staters was not full caps.
Oh, I'm sorry. That which one was not full caps? Oh, that one.
The second reading of alternators there.
We do plan to continue releasing new Alternators cars consistently throughout the year.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Except for your energy wasn't the same on that, so can you come back and do that again?
We do plan to continue releasing new Alternators cars consistently throughout the year.
Okay, that's close enough.
Thank you.
We'll get it.
On a side note, this is the 2005th story posted since 2005 reopened. It says there on the bottom.
Mhm.
Apparently my all caps voice sounds like Red Tornado from Batman Brave and the Bold. Thank you, Tonbot. Boulder with the shouts out to Skids still sitting around at Big Bad Toy Store. The one. I will always love hearing...
I don't know, they probably did a distribution that was like a case of 8 of them.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, Skids? What? Ugh. That's like what you get in the pants. Ew.
Monday Adams saying Alternators definitely more fun to play with than like Armada, Megatron, still a weird Christmas. Especially if like you were under the impression they were from the same story. Although the headcanon would have been pretty fun.
Although, funny enough, we did just pick up a Binaltech Meister for Alfie's All the Jazzes collection.
You didn't have one yet?
No.
Why did I think you... Oh,
No,
I mean, I just assumed.
she had an alternators one, but she did not have a Binaltech one.
Oh.
And we went back and we looked at the pictures. She has a Meister and she has an entirely clear version with a couple of other colors that it wasn't actually ever made in version. And not a Binaltech one. So we were at the Toy Pit in Indianapolis, and they had one sitting there, and she was all mopey because she hadn't worked in 3 months because she broke her toe and had bone shards in her foot. And I said, well, I'll just get it for you because it's something that you like and it's for your collection.
I might have literally walked past Binaltech Meisters at conventions and not mentioned it because I just assumed she had one.
I did too.
Okay.
And she when she was like, "No, I don't have that one." I'm like, "What? What? How? What?"
Yeah, I just assumed because it's even a different mold somewhat. Like I figured like that's easy. That would definitely be there. Like, does she have Zoom Zoom?
No, because that's the red one, right?
I know, but that's still it's jazz adjacent.
It's what was Zoom Zoom was like a drone that Jazz could control.
Yeah, who was like beginning to develop its own sapience.
I don't since it's not a alternate version of the character of Jazz. Let me ask her.
Yeah, it'd be messed up if she
a sidetrack here off of a sidetrack here.
Well, no, I'm shocked. Like I spent.
Chat wants to know.
I spent 20 years thinking she had a Binaltech Jazz. Like that was just one of the
I'm
base
blaming
assumptions
chat for this, asking.
Wow. Yeah,
Oh,
Aaron's
come on,
blaming.
woman.
Aaron is blaming all of you.
You're always on your phone, and yet you aren't right now. Hold on while I mute the microphone. You guys didn't want to hear me yell.
Never.
Actually, it might have been funny, but
Never make
okay.
assumptions about your friends' niche collections, because this kind of thing will happen.
Yeah,
You'll
it's always good. It's always okay to ask. Clear it.
Spend nigh 20 years assuming someone bought a toy, and it's like, nah.
Right. Be living with and engaged to her for over a decade. Make assumptions.
Good toy, by the way. Anyone out there doesn't have one, I recommend either. That was actually, I think, one of the cooler differences between Vinyltech and alternators, because I think alternators Jazz had like a very bespoke like pin system for the linked steering, whereas Vinyltech, just had magnets, and they had like alternates for everyone that had magnets for a while. But like something I remember Jazz's was like specifically like really like effective and different is what I remember.
Yeah, she says no because it's not the character.
Yeah, but it's like a little bro. It's like one of the only times Jazz had a little bro. I'm making a case. Quacky, what's up? The Meister, my beloved. Yeah, we were just doing some recon on the world's biggest Jazz collection, and my discovery.
Okay.
Huh?
So I followed up. It's like even though he's a drone being controlled by Jazz and is potentially becoming sentient. Oh yeah. Yes. So now we got to look for Zoom Zoom.
I'm helping. See, I'm helping. I'm a good friend. Well, speaking of alternators, Silver Streak is now available online for 25 USD plus shipping. Beforehand. Energy laden overdrive superlink weapon. This is the one of the many superlink weapons as the store items you could get rather than microns, which a lot of people ignored. And I found out, the other year, apparently it's now really hard to figure out not only how many of these even existed, but where some of these even can be found, because a lot of people just
where they came from, if they were later on, if they were even legit, because it was like wasn't it like every Combini had it, every toy store had it, and there were different colors and different tiers.
Yeah, and it was just like weapons and chips. It wasn't like little transformers. Yeah. It made it very, at the time, very easy to take for granted and ignore. I was talking to M. Cypher about this, I think at the last TFCon LA, because now that he's almost done with microns, as in like all of them, I think he said he was eyeball. I mean, Cypher, if you hear this eventually, or if you pop in, correct me, but I think he said he was starting to look to this as another thing to collect, but like this is way harder to get good intel on.
Yeah.
Because someone could just, like this, the Energon weapons were things a lot of people did dyeing experiments on for recolors.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I remember there was somebody that was getting pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I remember seeing their things where they had a process where they could take almost any one of them. There was like like some of the super dark red ones or something that they couldn't, but that was released in other colors, and they had okay, first you use the RIT dye this to bring the color to here, and then you do it in something else to pull all the dye out of it, and then you could do it in something. I remembered seeing it was like alchemy of...
It was like, dish bowls all over a kitchen table, basically.
Yeah. Like, don't smell that one because I got uric acid the easy way.
What's up, T-Fan Page? The RIT dye customs era that like very sudden. I remember the day when I realized no one's doing it anymore, and I kind of asked idly, and someone said like, "Yeah, they stopped making the dye that we needed."
Yeah,
the dye changed.
Because there were some people that were doing like Transformers customs.
Yeah,
by using dyes instead of paints, because that would go into the plastic, and it was it the dye changing or like the plastic or both?
At the time,
like change from one type of ABS to another type that doesn't take the dye anymore.
The person that I always remember, I don't remember who. I just remember them telling me that the dyes, ingredients changed or something, but in hindsight, it very well could have also been the ABS mix changing.
Yeah, I
Different
could see it
palms.
maybe being the dye change, but I also know enough fabric people that if RIT just went out there and started changing their dyes on things, would literally get pitchforks
Yeah.
and torches.
Makes sense, yeah.
Because it's like, hey, you know, what we do is highly dependent on that sort of thing.
We got a philosophical question in the text chat. Shia saying, "Do you think you could chew on an energon weapon if you were a transformer?" And Tonbot saying, "Would you chew on a brick of blood?" And if it had a cool flavor, then maybe. And some energon shades look like they are delicious.
I think Robot Lore Keeper has it right there. It's probably like taking an iron supplement versus biting an iron sword. They both have iron in it. It's just the availability of it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because I want to say, like, G1 Energon always looked like it was liquidy inside of the chest cubes that Soundwave was extruding. And granted, they'd kind of crush it down.
Yeah.
But ultimately there it was a liquid. I don't think a liquid sword would work very well.
And Alan Weaver, people do in fact eat blood. I have had some blood sausage. There is blood pudding. I mean, it's not like... It's kind of not like what it sounds like, but also is what it sounds like is my best capsule for that. We got Armada DVDs up for pre-order. Energon popping up in the UK in Croydon. I love saying Croydon. The first time I heard Croydon, I thought someone was pronouncing the character Crichton from Red Dwarf incorrectly. Got clips of the true identity of Alpha Q. Doesn't work anymore. High-res toy galleries for Shock Blast and Cliffjumper from Energon. Alternators are on sale at Amazon.com, reduced to $15. There was a point where an American citizen could order a $15 alternator off of Amazon. Wild. Energon released in the UK. Silver Streak from Alternators is in stores now. That's fast. That's the turnaround.
So if you want... Sorry, I grabbed the toy gallery link. Those are starting to show up in Internet Archive.
Really?
Mid 2004s, it looks like some of the "Hey bots, don't scrape our website" stuff may have been turned off.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Maybe that will pick up some of our link rot then as we head into like late 04, early 05.
This first one actually just had redirecting to tfw2005.com/error404. So maybe not.
Oh.
It shows that it hit the page.
Yeah. But when it's hosted on TFW in this era, like this was so much like custom what do you call it?
It was half of it was like hand coded HTTP.
Yeah.
Like there was a thing further down that was like the address was tfw2005.com/samples/unicron.jpg. So like it would the
things you never even
me is getting itchy.
Things you never even considered in 2004. What will the functionality of my website's archivals be 20 years from now?
Yeah. Video final one dot final dot this one dot pdf dot final.
Apparently May 22nd, 04 was Japan Magazine Day. I guess there was a lot of scans that day. Those lovable robot masters that everyone is going goo-goo over. I bet Chris wrote this. Yep. I love bullying 20 years ago Chris Kickback from here, and I know he's not even watching these. Something about it's making it more fun and funny to me. A second G.I. Joe vs. Transformers comic miniseries is due in the fall from Devil's Due. I liked those Devil's Due ones.
Yeah.
Junkion Mercenary Detritus bio. We got a bio for the upcoming Hound Desert-type repaint called Junkion Mercenary Detritus. So this was the year that Detritus was born. Model kit pictures of Grand Scourge, the year that Grand Scourge was born. I'm still kind of bummed out that I have not been able to catch the Fans Hobby Grand Scourge. That thing looked sick. Also like $300 American or something, but it looked sick. Got catalog pictures from China with a Ford Mustang being shown in relation to the alternators.
That one has got a couple of hits here in the Wayback Machine. And this is back to the article number.
Mm-hmm.
No archive. Maybe. No.
Damn! Well, we do have a new Bill's Toys and Games newsletter. I'll throw it out there for those who don't know the backstory on this, because this is our discovery, I think, at the end of 03. Our grand, like, multiple neurons violently reconnecting as we saw the name Bill's Toys and Games and went like, didn't something happen with Bill's Toys and Games? And then Aaron having literal email evidence of, hey, Bill, could you please send me the things I purchased near the end of that saga?
Yeah.
So, Bill's Toys and Games, longtime supporter of TFW in the mid-aughts, and then just something happened.
He like got married and moved and was going to try to move the store cross country to where he'd married to, and then radio silence.
Yeah, and
is the condensed version.
To this day, no real idea what happened other than the radio silence also turning into a whole lot of paid orders and pre-orders that evaporated, being the big issue, as I recall at least. And I think Aaron's emails somewhat confirmed. Adamus Prime, I have a distinct memory of seeing Alternator in box, maybe the Mustang, soon after I discovered Transformers weren't just beasts. That would have been a culture shock, to go straight from, like, beasts only to, like, literal branded cars at that scale. BotCon letters are arriving. I guess this was, like... Yeah, this is like your pre-reg confirmation was being done by snail mail.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
adorable.
BotCon kept that going for a while. If you don't have a green letter, you can't be in line right now. What is that? What is that? That's jade. That's not green. Get the fuck out of my line.
Yeah. It's so weird because this, I mean, we talked about this last stream. This was the era where BotCon was the scrappy, like, unofficial up-and-comer of all the folks whose names we remembered, and then, like, and newcomer Pete Sinclair, and you're like, oh, wonder who this is. More reissues coming. What figures were listed? Ironhide, Ramjet, Sideswipe, Sunstreaker, Thrust, and Trailbreaker. One of those definitely never happened. Yeah, there were no SKU numbers. Who knows what this could be? Remember, there was a G1 Sunstreaker listed at one point in the Toys R Us computers in Canada. Yeah, this is when we were starting to assemble the knowledge that Sunstreaker's molds don't exist anymore, if I recall correctly. Right. Or, as we learned last year, maybe became boat ballasts. Who knows?
Yeah, they still exist. They just can't be found because they've been put into a boat, and then that boat was used and abused for 20 years, and it's now actually on a beach somewhere in India as they've cut it apart.
Yeah. We've also got PS2 game cheats, because this is still the era where there were just cheat codes, which were things like circle, 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 square, L1, 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 L2 for big head mode. It's classic, When you would just punch in a code to see all the heads get large and go like, eh.
No, it's all microtransactions.
Correct. What was it? Horse armor was like the one that really kicked off all that. I still remember
how it started.
The phrase horse armor. I always remember that.
Robot Lorekeeper actually needs these. Okay, well, it's TFW News page number 4438.
Print screen this.
Yeah. And there's a button on your keyboard unless you're one of those weirdos that uses super cut down keyboards.
I can do print screen. It's function right space bar enter.
Okay. I can just hit the button that says print screen.
Yeah, but your keyboard's so bloated and enormous. Talking about my culture shock was bringing a bunch of Beast Wars and Beast Wars 2 Transformers into the card shop when Transformers TCG was live, and someone said, these toys used to be cool, all modern Transformers turned into dumb bricks. and I felt my eye twitching knowing about yeah, that's someone where you're just like, what wrong direction did that opinion come from?
Not to be one of those guys, but that's one of those opinions where you go and you get a brick, and then you use that brick to build something.
Alexis Silver with the intellectual checkmate, quote, "My Pertskern button has never worked."
Push that button and then go to a thing that you can paste in it.
So I use Win-Shift-S. Yeah, that's right! Shortcuts!
That works too.
Listen, Velkais is saying the last cheat is basically finish the game. Yeah, I did the fight Unicron cheat. Oh no, wait. This cheat, because I did a level skip to go to Unicron at one point. This cheat just says, first you need to beat the Pacific Islands level, then a total of 30 minicons. When you do these things, you can go... Oh. Yeah, that's just getting to Unicron, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I did a cheat to go to Unicron. I remember I never finished the game properly. Maybe I'm misremembering. It has been a while.
I mean, you might have if you did Earth Complete or something.
Yeah, which is R2, R1, L1, L2, square, circle, square, circle. Oh yeah, and after each code, you should hear red alert say the code was accepted. It's just a different dev time. In the Armada show, why didn't Optimus just use the fight Unicron cheat? Is he stupid? Yeah, legit question.
Well, he didn't have these codes.
Yeah, no one told no one told him that he could do that. Red Alert specifically never mentioned it, which is pretty messed up because Red Alert's the one who would then say, "Oh, you did it. You did the cheat code." What's this? Universe Defensor and Energon RC are in stock at Bill's Toys and Games. Energon Unicron is out in the UK. We got in-flight in package.
Yeah.
We couldn't do in-flight photos yet. In-package images of Universe Fireflight and Energon Hotshot. Cybcon 04 update. They're announcing Matt Jackpot Kufalt, who did work for Dreamwave and Freelance. I don't recognize that name. I wonder what he worked on. Toy Fair magazine on their website have a poll up for Transformers. Which Transformers line would you prefer to see as a Toy Fair visual price guide? This is, I guess, what is it? Those were like the really like multi-page nice photos of toys price guides.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to just the listings in the back of magazines.
Back when you had a printed out price guide for what you should be paying for your toys on the secondhand market. That
was wild because those were much more so just checklists. I found.
Yeah.
But like I like that they would highlight like when there were new entries or like prices went up or down, like as though it was a stock market. Hello, Cliff.
Was, ex-mother-in-law at one point in time got me a Transformers recognition guide. That was ultimately, it was like a price book. And then it was talking with, maybe it was Harold as he was making his books or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the back page of all of them have prices. And he's like, yeah, because I can't, it's a whole lot easier to sell it to a publisher, at least at that time, as a price guide with identification pictures rather than just hey, here's all the toys that came out.
Yeah.
Because then it doesn't have, like, current value or something. And it was like, that sounds super dumb. And he's like, yes, it is.
By the way, Griff pointing out Universe Defensor that came up is the Micromaster Combiner. I probably should have mentioned, this was when we were having, like, the six guy combiners coming out under G1 combiner names. Long was here.
Oh.
Sorry, Kufalt's start as a Transformers artist was when his online work caught the eye of 88 MPH Studios.
Huh.
Oh, that explains it.
Huh.
Full circle.
That ties us into another storyline from the past.
Yeah, I mean that was the 2003 primary plot arc. That was the thing that tied it all together. May 26th, by the way, Superlink Laser Wave came out, and that was a hype moment for a lot of us because that toy looked very cool at the time. As a standout. But yeah, if you want to hear us talk about the Genesis art book, there is a lot of that in the 2003 news dives. I think that was even the first thing that or one of the first things we hit in the 03 news dives.
Yeah. It was an early one that was like, why is this familiar? Oh yeah.
Again, neurons violently reconnecting as you... Oh! Yeah, that was fun. If you haven't seen it, by the way, check out the panel we did. It's up at the last TFCon Toronto about the O3 news dives. Because we highlighted some stuff like the 88 MPH saga. Send the books. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Got some Palisades news, new Superlink images, Palisades.
Palisades as a semi OTFCC exclusive for that Magnus.
What does that mean? Oh, as well as the Palisades Collectors Club.
Yeah, I think it was like first release and most of them are here type of thing.
I remember just islands of Hard Hero and Palisades statues at mid-aughts conventions that, like...
And into the early teens conventions, I want to say. The tens and teens. Like
big, sprawling islands.
Big Farkin boxes full of styrofoam and then a thing inside of it. And it was like, just $20. We will give you $20. Just take this thing, please. $30. You need us to pay you $30 so I don't have to ship it home? Sure. Fine, take it, please. I
would swear that a dealer at some point actually made a table out of those and just put, like, a blanket over it, because it was a sturdy structure. Like, in addition to their dealer table.
I want to say, if they didn't do that, they like just filled in the area in front of the table with it.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing that, where it would be like the privacy panel in a desk type of thing underneath the table that was just those up to the tablecloth.
Yeah, 'cause I just remember like almost bumping into something like that and going like, oh, kind of neat way to use these empty boxes, and then finding out like, oh, those aren't empty. Yeah. Steal it if you want. These things are heavy as hell. New Energon and Universe case assortments. Toys R Us pre-order listing for Optimus vs. Megatron 2-pack. I think this is... what was it? Small Optimus, small Megatron? Wasn't this 2-pack how we got the smaller Superlink Megatron? I have a feeling it is. The Stepper reissue.
Let me see if the Wayback Machine will cooperate. Although that's an Amazon page, so probably not.
Well, Valkyce is saying yeah, so it sounds like we're on the right mark. Yeah, Small Dream saying downscaled Megatron was exclusive to this pack. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I ever found this 2-pack. I remember kind of wanting to, because I wanted another Megatron. I like that Megatron design. So yeah, the Stepper reissue, new pics of stuff on eBay. Classic. Malin Huffman leaves 3H. His parting words can be seen on the 2005 boards.
Let's try it.
The public relations liaison for 3H. This is part of the... This is part of the front page editorial of We Like BotCon More. So we're keeping an eye on literally anything goofy happening to 3H.
Doesn't look like that one got caught. How did that one thing... It must just be... Oh, hold on. Maybe. I attacked it a different way. Maybe. These are from late 2004, though. So it may just be a Crawlers No Crawley page.
Alex Lemons, hello.
Productions.
Not So Southern Gentleman saying, do not throw the toys. Don't worry, we're not.
Copy. Paste.
This could survive it, but I'm not.
Chat. Pasting into Alterna chat.
Oh, do not throw the toys, quoting Glenn Halt. I think you mean Howlett.
Howlett. Hi, everyone. I'm leaving PR duties at 3H Productions to pursue other projects. Thanks for all your interest, questions, comments the past few months at OTFCC 2004. Keep checking out the latest happenings with the official Transformers Convention and Club at OTFCC.com. See you around, Malin.
Oh, Free Trader. I vaguely recall.
You are like the second person in this thread.
Oh, look, it's me. Thanks for everything. I'll speak the way I spoke in 2004. Malin, Thanks for everything. You honestly made a lot of the 3H situations much, much less stressful than they might have turned out without your expertise. I hope you return sometime, maybe just as a fan. Smile. I remember Free Trader did a lot of actually really good work toning down the 3H threads and being kind of like straightforward and blunt about it.
Mm-hmm.
This is me with my oomph signature, back when Darrow was still vaguely normal. Yeah, see, everyone liked Malin. Everyone was all like, yeah, Malin, have a good one. Lodrill, you're getting this to get out of signing this year or next year's convention. By the way, this look at this, by the way. We all got signatures.
Mm-hmm.
These signatures are from 06, though, because I'm talking about Wahrheit oder Pflicht, and that was not out in 2004, I don't think.
This has the capture date as 29 October 2004.
Really? I could have sworn that was an 06 album. Oh, no, sorry. Wahrheit oder Pflicht was when they had the Eckstein song. So yeah, that was 04. I was in the trailer then. We got a Toy Armada with Aaron Archer here, saying, hello, robot people. Hello. We found some working archive.org of what TFW posts looked like. Professor Smooth posting. I forgot he was actually posting.
Yeah.
GB Blackrock. Butts. Switcheruby, when did the no politics on the boards policy start? That was in 01, I think, because that's when we moved it to news and politics only. And the news and politics subforum existed before 9/11 and during 9/11, because that was my first encounter with raw emotional American jingoism, directed at me, is what I specifically remember. Switcheruby, John Kerry in the forum signatures. Wait, where? Did I scroll past it? Or do I just not know what I'm looking for? Oh! Here, it's saying whatever it takes to get... Oh!
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even read the lines! Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's there was also an element of people posting in news and politics and then coming away from a discussion in there unsatisfied and adding stuff into their signatures and their what did we call the thing under your name? That had a different name. Your user title, your custom title.
Yeah, your custom title.
Oh, bye Kyle. Oh, Kyle Rayner hater here. Yeah. But yeah, back then I was what was it? I was jumped, I think 3 months after 9/11 by I think I talked about this before, the notion of someone who was very mad and they were saying something and I was like, look, the way you're talking is you're making it sound like me as a Canadian is a less valuable human than you as an American. And the guy was like, that is correct. That is exactly what I'm saying. And I was like, oh, that's a new
certainly is a take.
That's a new experience for me. But yeah, that was in 2001. 2001 internet was pretty wild to be a poster during. I'm happy that some of these are starting to show up in this in these captures. This is wild for me. I never thought I'd see some of these, like, because I remember I remember Draven's signature forever, like the eye and the now taking commissions. Like, that's classic.
Yeah.
That triggers those neurons of like, I know this.
Yeah.
And then you do a bunch of command line hacking that in reality is like an Excel table, but that's because movie editors have no idea what real hacking looks like.
Listen,
apparently we're being rated by some people from another stream or something.
It says rating party of 3.
Dumb Jake.
Oh, Dumb Jake? I know Dumb Jake.
Okay.
Where was Dumb? Wait, where did it say Dumb Jake? This says Dumb Jart.
No. Hi, Jart. Yo.
Oh, Dumb Jake is right above. Hello.
What's this stream about? Words are hard, man, and I've not had that much caffeine today.
Yeah, welcome. If you're just joining us, me and Aaron are continuing our run through the hottest, freshest Transformers news of the year 2004, which we were active adult fans during. Velkai says, my favorite signatures were the signature size limit is something by something. Yeah, that was my fave, when a mod would edit a bloated signature and the person would just never change it.
So we're 20 years out now. That was one of my favorite things to do as a super mod. Because there were people that would like consistently be 4 pixels too wide or something, and you'd be like, dog, like, we've told you, we've sent you things, we've told you, you right click and you see what, well, it's not that big on my side, and you go to like their photo bucket and you look directly at it and you're like, yeah, it is. Like, I don't know what you're doing, and then get a bunch of angry messages about it, and then you'd be like, no, that's okay. I've got the mod powers, you don't. Boop, it's gone again. Oh, they put it back up. Yeah, and it's like 4 times too large because we had file size concerns at the time. Nope, that's gone. That's going to take, that's going to take somebody on a 56K modem 2 minutes to load that image. You have no need to have images that big ever in the history of the world will you need an image that large.
Yeah, this was when we had to accommodate the very slow changeover from 14.456K to cable modem and onwards. Mm-hmm. Valkai says, you have too many images in your... Yeah, there's also... Because you'd go on another message board where they were more lenient, and all it took was 5 minutes to go like, oh, this is why the rules are more stringent. Because you'd like try to look on like an animation message board, and there's people whose signatures are bigger than any of their posts and contain like 3 images and like half of a novella they wrote. And you'd be like...
And they're animated, they're GIFs, so they're animated and they're trying to load the 3rd image of their 20 image GIF that they had custom made or cut out of some anime, and you're sitting there just wondering why nothing's actually working. You hear the poor modem card in your computer screaming, praying for death. Yeah.
And also some of those message boards would be like the most lousily coded free message boards that you could get, like the really bad BB systems. So like you're also getting pop-up ads while scrolling through animated GIFs going like, all this person said was yeah.
Because I remember there was one iteration of some board software that when it like load all the text and then try to load all the images, it would load post by post.
Oh,
and so if somebody had a giant signature, the next post isn't loading for 5 minutes. Just go make yourself a sandwich and come back.
Yeah.
And hopefully, like, it eventually caught up.
Although, counterpoint, Ruby is saying that was when we had culture, and that's
true.
Also true. That's also true. Now you have to try to express it through a user icon, and that's a lot harder. And it still is a readable part of someone's posting identity, especially like when their icon is generative slop, and you're like, I don't trust you. Robot Lore Keeper with ding, oh, my posts are ready. I mean, I sometimes would do that when I was on a really bad board, but I wanted to read an argument. I'd like scroll down as hard as possible so it would start loading stuff, and then go like microwave something, and then come back. Anyway, we got a huge... Wait, how are we in August? What happened?
June and July were just May... Oh, it just went from May 27 to August 24.
What the...
Huh.
Because I was obviously, I check the dates now and then, but I didn't check the dates from the bottom up because at the bottom it said May. But then I just looked and I saw August and I was like, what?
Yeah, the information gap.
What happened? Small dream, no news happened in the summer. Sorry, guys. That's when both conventions happened.
This has got to be at least a slide deck page.
Dynamo Dave, maybe that was when politics were in the chat. That's because those are the months when BotCon and OTFCC happened. Wait, hang on. What? Yeah, this is May 26th. And then May 27 and then August 24.
Okay.
Has this... No, because we call out dates at least once per page, so this couldn't have happened in 03 as well. Someone would have noticed it if it happened in 03. I mean, there were database errors in this era.
Yeah.
Could have just been a real bad one.
So I'm gonna try Wayback Machine here, see if we can get anything going.
Yeah. Whew. Whoa. Valkai says, didn't the board break during that time? It was down for a week or so. Possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we lost June and July. We lost the big convention months. Oh my god.
So the first tab showing hits has high archives at the middle of the year, but now it's just giving me a crawl time issue. Let me try.
I'm not mad, I should say.
Again.
I'm actually really enjoying this because who was ever going to find this, right? Who was ever going to go combing through all this and then find a 2-month gap in the news archives? Nobody.
So June 5th, there is a snapshot. See if it'll load for me.
Small Dream, the official Transformers Convention 2004 is lost media. I mean, there is a YouTube page that has footage of it that I looked at. We went through the BotCon 2000 dinner that one time after Aaron headed off. I'm curious if I can...
Okay, archive.org is trying really hard to load a June 5th version of the web page.
Ooh.
Of the front page. So, like, it shows that there are June 5th and on a bunch of hits, but it is slow loading, probably because it's... Oh, okay. So this is interesting. So this is actually like the TFW's page not found.
Oh. Weird. Sorry, I was just going to check. So the BotCon Video Archive channel has footage of panels from both OTFCC and BotCon 2004s. A lot of BotCon 2004. I think maybe every panel is on there. Right, I went combing through this looking for myself. That's like basically all I did when I found this YouTube page. I wanted to see if there was footage of me or my mom anywhere.
Okay, now this might be interesting. I got onto a version of the archive that goes back 867 pages.
Okay.
And I am in early 2010. So I'm doing some slow diving right now.
Switcher Ruby asking, does Seibertron go back that far? That is not a bad question, too. Chris Muse saying, archaeological journalism.
Yeah. Yes.
Tonbot says TFW leaked military stuff like the War Thunder forums.
Hey, I can't be around that. I can get in trouble.
Aaron is not actually allowed to say the phrase War Thunder in recorded meetings. I'm going to go do a little quick dive myself. I am fascinated by this.
So yeah, I am slowly loading back through pages of a capture around 2008. But I'm only able to go back like 10 pages at a time.
Okay.
I tried to put in a custom number and it gave me a hard time. Probably because it's not coded to read it that way. Let me try. Oh, okay. If I try it up here,
this is interesting.
that'll.
I went to check the Seibertron thing. Their news archives are very strange because their earliest pages are 1997, but they are marked as this article was originally published in Transforum by the owner of Seibertron.com. I don't know what Transforum is. I'm guessing that might have been a newsletter.
Maybe.
And their ticker for view all years only goes to 01. You have to actually manually go back. That's a whole other news dive to do, I'd almost assume.
Okay.
Time to start over. No!
No. Okay, I'm back to 2000 to the beginning of 2007.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying not to jump too many pages at a time, but it feels like damn.
I will say I do have interest in digging through these Seibertron archives as another stream, maybe like some bonus eps at some point, because I want to see the 1990s posts. I think those are very interesting. But these page numbers are harder to navigate too. What is changing here? Because this is... Oh, that's so weird.
I can get back 150 pages that gets me to May 18, 2007.
Damn. Yeah. Because that was I have a vague memory that was always the archive.org issue with trying to see the front page. Was that, like, you couldn't easily.
Yeah.
Until the live action movies existed. For now, I think we might want to put a pin in those 2 months.
Yeah.
And continue onwards.
Like I said, if nothing else, this gets its own slide page.
Yeah.
Of, like, the lost times.
Something happened at these two somewhat notable conventions. Who knows? Because, by the way, if I go to the back of the Seibertron.com news pages, page 4622, how do I put this? Is this the only news item? No, there's 2 here. There are these are marked as 1984. So I think these were just pulled from actual newspapers and added into these news archives, which is very interesting. Yeah, there's one here from November 1984. Oh, Ruby sent me a link for Juno 4 on Blue Sky. Let me go take a look. Seibertron archives from Juno 4. Let me pop that open. I was trying to find these and I couldn't get to the one we were at. Thank you. Okay, let's jump. Okay, Aaron, let's jump to this and let's do a quicker scrub through these. I'll send you the link in the alternate chat. Do these go top to bottom still, or bottom to... These are still bottom to top. And then I'm going to move this into my other browser window. There's still some juicy stuff in here I'd like to hit. Because I believe this first one is... Oh, wait, their page is made differently. I have to move it over. KB Toys sells KB Toys to investors who are resurrecting the eToys brand. What is eToys? I don't recognize that. Oh, look at how the weird...
Yeah.
Is that highlighting correctly on the stream? Oh, it's not. Okay, it is kind of. Look at that. Whatever happened to the poor apostrophe in this font?
A accent. What is that? That's
Euro?
No, the name of the accent Euro trademark.
Yeah. So KB Toys sells kbtoys.com to the eToys investors.
Looks like eToys is like a direct sales, like an online sales toy thing.
I don't
get a real name.
Do they still exist? Valkysis, was that just like a reaction to to their name being funny, or do you have any eToys info, any present neurons activated by the sight of eToys? I guess this is important because we had touched so much on the fate of KB Toys throughout 03 and 04. So this is their .com website selling. The sale price is $7.4 million cash, plus a royalty payment of $500K per year for the next 3 years. I like the part in cash, as in like just a suitcase of money.
Yeah.
For a website. Valkysis says they had commercials with "Somewhere Over the Rainbow" in it. They were dumb, and not actually showing any toys. I don't recognize that at all. That's wild. Juan Hernandez, KB Toys getting absolutely tarred and feathered. I mean, they got humiliated in 03.
They got chanced, swirlied, noogied, swirlied again to undo the noogie.
Yeah.
And then just like fart cupped.
They were told every cash register your company owns for the next like week has to do a certain discount. Not just KB Toys cash registers. Every cash register you own specifically. Anyway, yeah, it's the further humiliation of KB Toys. Alternate Meister image. I'm going to just continue assuming link rot as usual. Yeah, this is tfans.com. Superlink stuff. Gallery. Sentinel Maximus. Oh, here we go. Aaron, here we go. 3H confirms Sentinel Maximus will not be at OTFCC. 3H Productions is pleased to announce Sentinel Maximus will make it... Huh?
What? Huh?
Wait, so will not be at OTFCC. We're pleased to announce it will make its debut at the summer's official convention, OTFCC.
Some rough wording here. Redeco and retool the heroic Armada Overload mode. Was it retooled?
Yeah, they had a new head. The little guy was new because he was supposed to look like Ape Link.
Right. This drinking exclusive will be a very limited. While this item is currently being manufactured, the transit time from the Orient to Chicago will prevent it from being distributed at the show. However, a packaged production sample will be on display throughout the weekend. You could just say China from Asia overseas. The Orient, I guess, head no fitty fitty wasn't new.
In an official email correspondence
at 3H Productions expense. Well, that's why the guy left. So, Glenn Hallett really wanted to say, or no, that's making assumptions. No, 21 years later.
I did not. So I didn't like read this well because when Aaron started reading, I was like, oh, I'll just listen to Aaron. I wasn't expecting. Blindsided me.
At 3H Productions expense, we will ship every pre-ordered product to the intended recipients approximately 2 weeks after the convention. Please know that every person who ordered this exclusive will receive this exclusive. If you have not pre-ordered Sentinel Maximus yet, there is still time to do so by the convention's pre-registration date of July 2nd, or if quantities allow, you may purchase them at the show itself. But you can't. Our estimates show that a very small number of units remain for sale as of June 1st.
Donut 3 TM to forget.
The evil Mega Zarek will be on hand for sale as we gear up for the biggest celebration this side of Seibertron. See you in July.
Yes, Valkysis, Hasbro did have to intervene to ship these things. That's why Sentinel Maximus's packaging does not reference OTFCC, if I recall correctly. I think that he just had Transformers Universe packaging. I may be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
it was white, like a white.
Yeah, it was a white box.
Universe style. Yeah.
Juan Hernandez saying they have to deliver their tea and opium first. I mean, I was just waiting for that to pop up in this email.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby saying Lego did an Orient Expedition theme in 03, so it was still in the language at the time. Yeah.
But I think that was also playing on the like Murder on the Orient Express type of stuff.
Yeah.
Where it kind of had a stepping point of it.
It is a step farther out of pocket to have just thrown it in there as where the production is happening.
Yeah, and the rough thing is as memory serves later tea being spilled, it wasn't a matter of like it took them too long to manufacture it. It was a matter of it took too long for the check to get written for it.
Yeah, there was
that-
some
that
mess.
then caused other problems.
The transit time from the Orient to Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that implied that they would have been made by then if they could just teleport to Chicago.
Yeah.
Which turned out to...
If those Orientals didn't have to squint so much, they'd be able to get the transporter to work. I don't...
That was Free Trader's last thing, was erasing that line from this email.
Yeah.
On the way out the door. Whoo! I did not remember that. Not so Southern Gentleman. Can the Orient be used in a correct context today? When quoting someone, or when referring to the Orient Express, the train, I suppose. But generally speaking, referring to something as Oriental has too many connotations. Plus, it's like we know where things come from, so it is usually just ill-advisable because it's a very hard to defend phrasing to use.
Yeah.
Unless
so
it's coming from
like
a context.
quick Googling is the Orient was originally anything that was east of supposed to be like the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Basically, that then kind of became like it was a old school was like, yeah, that was what we'd now call the Middle East.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the whole continent, the Middle East is like objectively on the western half of Eurasia, but the Mediterranean is all that's important. And then it's
something that you write into your fictional character's vocabulary to illustrate a demonstrable ignorance or a level of coddled privilege. So it has slightly more of a use place than like slurs, I guess. But I would in conversation, I would say there's no real gain in using it. It simply will ask a lot of questions as to your character. I would highly recommend against it.
Maybe that style of rug.
Yeah, it exists there. It exists there. I think even in the rug fandom, they're trying to maneuver away from it. Tombot is mentioning an ollies, which I remember in 06 in Germany in the music section there was a huge chunk of the music store CD section that had a big sign that just said black music, and being like in 06 Germany, I remember that making me go like, are they allowed to say that? Because there's a bunch of subgenres contained underneath there.
Yeah, so it's funny. I hit Wikipedia, typed in Oriental rug because hey, Wikipedia can give me some decent version of that, and it's like a heavy textile rug made and produced in Oriental countries. That specifically has a rug belt which stretches from Morocco across North Africa, the Middle East, and into Central Asia. Morocco is not something that I think anybody would consider Oriental. If you can't tell, I'm cringing and finger quoting, and
yeah, this is kind of demonstrating my point. Is that like the more you dig into the etymology, the more you go like, oh. So yeah, if anyone out there is wondering, am I allowed to say it? It's kind of like I would say like it's like a step down from slurs, kind of, but like that's not a positive thing to say. Let's say.
Yeah.
Anyway, new Energon figure sighted in New Zealand. Looks like there's less news items because there are no site updates. Transformers History Collection Gallery. Wasn't expecting this. The off-topic label. OT.
That's probably why the TFW boards just doesn't exist anymore. That's when we decided, hey, maybe we need politics from our Transformers.
Small Dream, why does he keep appearing? Oh, the friggin' photograph, but like down-resed with the pixels because it's from 2004. Oh. Wait, what? They credited the Drudge Report. Oh God.
Just goes to show they'll put anything on the front page on that page.
Oh, what is the link to Alzheimer's disease? Is that the Wikipedia page? Aaron, hover over the link.
Google.com.
It's the Google search for what Alzheimer's disease is.
Here, just here. Let me Google that for you. Page.
Oh, this is adorable. This is totally 2004 ass. Like, how do we, how do we? You know, I guess instead of crediting a user on the site, we'll credit Fox News, CNN, and the Drudge Report. We'll put this 240 by 240 picture of Ronald Reagan, in case people don't know what Alzheimer's disease is, because it's a Transformers website in 04.
Yeah.
I forgot he was 93. That's, yeah, there's something.
Not a bad run,
I
I
don't-
guess.
I mean, granted,
If I make it to 93, I'd probably be happy.
I'm-
Probably not
I'm
with the
a-
Alzheimer's, but then I'd have Alzheimer's and I wouldn't know. So
the actor. I remember at the time, I don't remember this happening at all. Granted, I don't live in America, but like I don't even remember that. I think at this point the News and Politics forum was either gone or like well past the point of the passing of Ronald Reagan, like making a dent, since we were 3 years out from 9/11. Robo Lurkeeper, you know the comments are like, we wouldn't have our beloved advertise. I'm wondering, do they have comments on their news items in here dating back to 04?
they have permanent
Never mind.
permanent link. Let's see. No, it's just an individual page. Okay.
This is not what I was expecting. I mean, granted, if I remembered by memory the date of the death of Ronald Reagan, then I might have known this was coming, but Tombot, as a Canadian, what could I do? Anyway, Juan Hernandez, his take didn't even front page Morgan Lofton dying, and here we are having Seibertron telling us about Reagan. Why did TFW have a Rip Jimmy Carter post? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the nature of fandom internet, I think, changed a lot, too, by then. Corrito Prime, learning that Reagan died. Ruby, I need to know the motivation for this. I guess we'll never know. Hey, more 3H news. Mega SCF, the exclusive, OTFCC exclusive, Mega SCF Skywarp Mega PVC figure will also not be at OTFCC. Crediting TFW, board member Scotty Evil. We're negotiating lower production numbers with Hasbro to make it more exclusive to the fan community, which is a strange phrase.
Yeah.
We got the truth on this one too, but I don't remember it anymore. I think it was kind of mundane. It was just the same thing. They were like, if we're doing a run of these, there have to be lots.
Mhm. Oh yeah, because so that's the thing that I remember. Oh, I think early BotCon convention, early official BotCon conventions. Somebody making a fit about
Yeah.
some numbers.
Oh, Logos left an hour ago and came back to Reagan and Seibertron. So me and Aaron were scrolling through TFW, and then I suddenly realized we jumped from May 27 to August 24th over the course of 2 news posts. And so then we were trying to figure out if there were any records of the TFW front page for June and July, because otherwise those months just seem to no longer exist in '04 on the TFW archives. And then Ruby got us a link to Seibertron, because someone mentioned Seibertron. I went to look, and their news archives, for interesting reasons, date back to 1997 and 1984. So Ruby got us the link to where we were in '04, and then the second page in, I scrolled down to this image of Ronald Reagan. So it's been interesting. Yes, it has been interesting. Because Aaron,
yeah,
that was the one that they eventually did as like the pack of 5 of them or something, right? 5 or 6 of them, because they had to make so many.
There were 6 of them. Yes, it was each of like the Rains and the like Acid Storm.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Troop Builder. I'm thinking of the Troop Builder. Griff is saying, according to the wiki, Skywarp actually just never happened. They lost the license before it hit production.
So was that maybe was that the 2005 BotCon one then?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. The Troop Builder.
Pack of 6 where it was 3. Yeah, because they were the small SCFs, not the
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Griff is saying this was the big one, though, the articulated ones. Mega SCF. You're right. Apparently Mock Tackle's saying that the Reagan image is 70 by 53 pixels. So I overestimated at 240 by 240. I forgot Mega SCF was different.
Thank you for keeping us honest, Mock Tackle.
Thank you. I'm never going to get over the part where I scrolled down to this friggin' site. This is a GH site, by the way, not SITE. Friggin'... Anyway, we gotta move on. We gotta keep going. Diamond shipping list. Nah. What is this? Hasbro and Paramount Home Entertainment announcing... Is this where Hasbro made friends with Paramount for the first time? That's interesting if we are now in the Paramount Plus era.
First 2 titles.
Valor versus Venom. This is for DVD home releases specifically. And VHS. But I bet
that's still important at this time frame.
Yeah. But I bet that Paramount connection may have had like something to do with the current one, even if it's just like, hey, we met once.
Well, I mean, didn't Paramount release the 2007 movies? Like, this may be the beginning of
They
it.
did.
Like, hey, we have all this back property as part of us becoming friends. How about you get some extra money on all the stuff we already have?
Yeah, make our movie. I'm just saying because it's 04, there could have been like a 1 or 2 year period maybe where, before Michael Bay came back or something, because this is still the era where Michael Bay is specifically off the table as the director. He's too busy.
Hey, Bad Boys for Life, man.
That's right. Energon Bulkhead spot in New Zealand. Micron Booster images. We got some listings here from Walmart computer listings being a thing back in 04, I guess.
So interesting. This is still coming off of the 2005 boards. So
yeah, John Hartman at 2005boards.com. I mean, this is when there were news site beefs too, so there could have been like weird this was the weird way to report on this.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is so. Wayback Machine, the earliest I can get of the TFW 2005 front page in this era is September 15 of 2004, which is well past our dead spot. So
yeah,
something happened that may take having a call-in or something. Oh, I was apparently online when the page got copied, so that's neat.
Huh.
I can't click on my user page.
How many users online does it say? I forgot if it showed the total.
180 active. This is a sidebar thing. It was important enough it shows up on the sidebar in this version of the 2005 boards.
Yeah.
180 active users, 78 members, and 102 guests.
Yeah, that was back when having 1,000 people active at the same time was cause for whoa.
Currently on the TFW 2005 boards, as of the recording, it is 1,946 currently active users with 436 members and 1,510 guests.
And this is kind of like a downtime. This is people on message boards are not there as their social media as much anymore.
Most users ever online is still 34,647. on November 30th, 2013 at 5:38 p.m.
Oh, I wonder what we did. 2013.
And
I was
we
already
got,
in
like,
Toronto by then. Jeez.
We got like 6 years of history crawls to get through before we hit that.
Yeah. More info on Transformers Seibertron. Trans Fandom has updated their site. Go here. Well, that ain't gonna work.
Let me see if that one.
Yeah.
Since Wayback Machine seems to be. I'm letting it. I'm leaving the TFW
Small dream.
2005 page
Endless
load.
respect for the guy with the username Energon Prime Rules on Seibertron in 2004. True. Oh, that was Paul Walker died day.
Oh,
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Juan Hernandez. I forgot. That's like, yeah, that whole strange connection.
Hey, I'll turn to chat.
Ooh. Where am I? Here
I have to hit enter in order for it to go.
Fact sheet. This is Whoa, this is so weird to look at.
Yeah, this is just a raw Transformers fact sheet from the convention or from
yeah,
like
like
a licensing fair.
legalities, yeah.
Yeah.
The 2005 storyline, Transformers Seibertron. In the new series, Optimus Prime and the Autobots face the greatest danger in all eternity. A menace that threatens not only the survival of the Transformers, but the very existence of Seibertron, the home of the Transformers race, and the universe itself. Lots of branded phrases. Continues to
You're
resonate.
forgetting to drop into your Red Tornado voice or whatever it was that was the.
Oh yeah, well that's for the Q&A because that's public facing. Yeah. This is inside baseball. I like the part where it says, in addition, the Transformers brand continues to resonate with the 18 to 35 age group. So there was already starting to be a thing. Yeah. Has a host of products for adults featuring artwork based on Transformers Generation 1.
The original brand look.
The game... Cartoon Network, Paramount. Okay, additional publishers have been signed. Egmont for US and Europe. Tokyo Pop for Cinemanga. I remember those. Yeah. Fleer trading cards, Bendon activity books, iBooks for adult novels. I guess that's the weirdly gory ones. Fantastic for activity books. The Panini stickers in France. Panini Germany with a magazine. Redbird in Italy. Footwear from Leo Mill BV in the European territories. I don't remember that at all. But this, I guess, this was the era of like seeing the logo on shirts and stuff, and it wasn't something someone made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is super duper the way that we had to find some things there because it wasn't everywhere. It was like, oh, this fact sheet going between other people that got intercepted. If you're in, Scandinavia, you can go to the House of Textiles and get something.
Licensees in Australia and New Zealand include bikes, sleeping bags, and sporting goods from Hunter Overseas, and bags and backpacks from Toy Group Australia. I saw someone in here, yeah, Ruby going Tokyo Pop. Oh no, yeah, I kind of had a moment seeing that name again. I was like, huh. Robot Keeper asking, are Tokyo Pop still around? They feel like they should have just combusted in the cold light of day sometime in the 2010s. I believe they had a resurrection, because I remember people reacting to that in that way to a resurrection, but I don't remember if that was recent. But yeah, this is some of this stuff I kind of took as granted as not existing till after the 07 movie, so that's kind of cool to see.
It was always like low-level licensing deals. It wasn't ever probably anything that was pushed. It was just like Panini's like, yeah, we just make these sticker packs and sticker books, and we cut out pictures from artwork that you give us, and then we make one of them nearly impossible to find so that children spend all of their lunch money on stickers.
Ruby, by the way, confirming Tokyo Pop have come back more than once and are currently active. I remember, yeah, that I learned about Tokyo Pop being shady because every time they came back, someone I knew would say, oh no, Tokyo Pop is back. They were never really on my radar myself. There's the people in the chat are covering this. Apparently, they are currently active and doing a lot of BL stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go back another page. Am I going to be jump scared by another politician?
No, but there is another scary name at the bottom of it.
Let's... How did I... Why am I... Okay.
Yeah.
Does the post work? No, of course it wouldn't. Well, what did I do? Vangelus of the 2005 boards has posted an image from the Tokyo Toy Show showing Kickback, Shrapnel, and Bombshell, which have TFC 16 written on their card. I might have been, like, reading katakana and saying what it means. Yeah, Binaltech tracks, the second version of Binaltech Smokescreen, some Energon Superlink stuff. I don't remember. I didn't go to Tokyo Toy Show, so
Are you sure?
I didn't go to Japan until 07, so I think this was again some of the weird like sideways around stuff, ways of reporting. Because I think I was just like, I might have seen photos and happened to be the one who posted them on the boards, but Valkais is pointing out Vangs. Yeah, a lot of people, to this day still, but back then especially, a lot of people went like, oh, Vangelus. And I was like, well, that sounds way worse. That sounds like a ligament. That's weird. Are we going to get an Axsmith credit in here somewhere? Maybe there was one back earlier.
Maybe.
Winners of the Atari Prize Pack. I just want to see if I see it. Who were the names? Number one winner, TFW Primus. Come on. Psycho Andy, Ioz Prime, Blitz 64, Sassabonian, Elemental, Soundwave 202, Silence, and Op Prime G1 were the winners on the Seibertron side. Transformers product exclusives update. These are OTFCC exclusives. Or no, these are OTFCC reveals happening. Okay, yeah, we knew they were going to do that. Red Power Links thrust found in Israel. I believe this is notable. Because wasn't this for a while like one of the only ways anyone ever found Red Power Links thrust?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Does he mean he will be global? Or does this mean he will be global? Time will tell. Time says no. Name changes for Energon episodes. The Crisis of Jungle City is now Crisis in Jungle City. The enemy... The enemy is after Kicker is now Kicker Beware! The enemy is after Kicker is a hell of a machine-translated title.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Insecticon thing, Lucky Draw, Superlink STD Grand Convoy. That's the deluxe one.
Man, Lucky Draws, that's... every time, it's just like a wow, okay, yeah. How many children are playing with a solid gold
smashing the chrome off,
and they have no idea why. It's like, oh, yours is it? What?
200 OTFCC exclusive Sentinel Maximus figures are still available. Amy Scott of 3H Productions says, hello, convention registrant. Are you getting excited about OTFCC 04? We are. It's the 20th anniversary. Great convention planned for you this year. We produced a smaller than normal quantity of Sentinel Maximus, and right now only 200 pieces of this toy are left. I have noticed as well that recent registrants have not ordered any toys, and we want to let you know that all exclusives are still available, and pre-ordering may be the only way to ensure you get a Sentinel Maximus this year.
Please?
This was
pre-order?
After finding out that he would not be at the convention. I remember this was a talking point. It was kind of like, well, maybe people just don't know if this is real anymore.
Yeah, Dynamo Dave with a registrant can't even get mail merge to work in 2004.
Yeah. Let's see, scroll down. And now I'm just going to be waiting for like a Reagan picture every time I scroll down. It's not going to happen. The picture was because he died. So it's over now, but who knows?
But he might still come back.
Yeah, exactly. Alternators have arrived in Chile. The credits, these are some baller usernames, by the way. Desaris X, Bazara Neki Emax Tierling. Big Macross fan there, I'm assuming. See, Universe Toys, Superlink Candy. Metrodome with the UK DVDs. This is... Let's see. They have footage from Auto Assembly 04, I'm guessing. I'm assuming that's going to be on some of the discs. Corrido Prime, Chile mentioned! Yeah. It's on about with the headline, Ronald Reagan resurrected, the worst 3R.
Yeah.
See, Kicker listing in Walmart computers with the price of $6.49. BotCon 04 news and panel updates, courtesy of TFW 2005. Tidbits from Saturday's panels. So this, okay, so it happened now.
So I'm going to try to see if Wayback Machine, if we're pointing at a specific
We got
page,
2 different ones here coming up, yeah.
if that, so there are, if I come back to in here, you're showing me that there, okay, there.
We're making some good time, by the way, all things considered, us finding a missing 2 months and then getting into what we could find from those 2 months.
Okay, that's the front page of 2000. Let's try.
Small Dream, yeah, I think that, because, yeah, there was the O-ring kicker, I don't think ever came out without the bike. So, yeah, this could have been hinting at a standalone release. I feel like it was, like, in the works and never happened.
Boom.
Ooh, we got it.
It's an individual post from Tim Formas.
Oh, this color scheme! I remember this color scheme. Oh, wow.
Right?
Make sure it's showing up right. Let's move this over a little. Some more updates from 04. Let's see. Interesting tidbits. Team members who worked on G1 from beginning to end. After Hasbro ceased G1, some TF team members were transferred over to Europe. Upon being transferred to Europe, they contacted Takara and were able to get them to produce several of the European... Yeah, this is it, yeah! People...
Mm-hmm.
I bring this up constantly, because I remember this made me so proud of Europe. So in an odd twist, the continued success of Transformers in Europe convinced Hasbro US to produce the G2 line. This is why those are not G2. They are Euro G1. The only reason why Transformers has an unbroken timeline is because of Europe. Like, Japan had even stopped. But then Europe continued. So friggin' hype about this. Let's see. The Takara team member in attendance said another line was planned in Japan to get rid of excess stock of some figures. Would have had Soundwave and Blaster molds on the same side versus the Powered Convoy Ultra Magnus mold. There was a Lucky Draw Superlink Galvatron for sale. I vaguely recall this.
Yes.
See the finals. So
Sounds
that
like an abnormally large number of Peter Cullen autographed tickets were sold. Yes, they were. I was a line minder for like 4 hours, and Peter Cullen powered through it. And it wasn't like you got up to him and paid for it. You paid for the ticket in advance. And the man was a machine and was like, nah, they all paid their $5. So, like, I'm going to be here for it.
Robot Lorekeeper, I cracked wise about Tokyo Pop, then my phone died. Tokyo Pop, you know, an ongoing curse. Yeah, we've just been way back machining. We found this update post from BotCon 04 during BotCon 04. The Wallyber voice acting contest, I believe, in its entirety, is on the BotCon video archive YouTube page. Some great wording here from Tim Formas in 2004 when people who were average, like, you know, your average cis male in America, not knowing how to use this language quite well. This reads very interestingly. In the finals round, J.E. Alvarez read the male part while the female contestants performed. In a twist bound to make everyone giggle, Kickback performed the female part while the final male contestants competed. The competition was fierce, but one member of each sex came out on top. Like, that's a lot of words. But that whole thing is on YouTube, I believe. Because I couldn't remember if I participated in it or the BotCon 05 one, and I went looking again to see if I could find, like, imagery of my baby self. What else is here? More coming from Kickback after the Cullen panel, which is that second link. While he, Kickback, is likely in a drunken stupor.
That era Kickback, he was in a drunken stupor.
Constantly. Alexis Silver asking who's having sex on top. We'll never know. That's in the. You got to go check the YouTube video for that. So do we have a waybacky on this other one? We do.
I am trying, but I don't believe so.
I want to see the drunk post from the Cullen panel.
June. What's the date on that? June 22nd. So, Web Archive hit it twice, but its page not found twice.
Ah. Oh well.
We try the 23rd. 404. Yeah.
Damn it.
That is like the articles versus this is at least a few of the pages are hit. Article 2159 was not found on the server. Yeah, some of the weird like hand-coded style
The style sheet
pages
stuff
versus
Damn it! Oh, there was a Dreamwave panel too. Oh, I want to know what happened.
Well, they're going strong still.
Yeah, posted by Professor Smooth. Speaking of, mentioned that name before. Cover pictures for a lot of upcoming Dreamwave books with this, I guess, 54 by 74 Dreamwave image.
Oh, you're offset. They can't even see half of the image.
Oh, yeah, right. I was adjusted for that archive.org. Here we go. Robot Lord Keeper with the unrelated comment that Tokyopop is awesome, actually. I'm the real robot. Ignore the noises in the cupboard. And Ruby pointing out, Tokyopop did a lot of good for the US manga industry before they did a lot of bad. That's what I vaguely recall.
That's how it goes. It's good because you don't know any better.
What happens if I click this image? What happens if I click this? I can't. Okay, never mind. Very pixely image of Ricochet for the detailed inbox pics. Go to the next page. Huh. Any Reagan? Nope. Okay. Superlink updates. Energon Basics. Wingsaber Photo Gallery. BotCon 04. Galleries and videos presented by Raymond T. from the Netherlands. Do any of these links work?
Yeah, it's thinking about it. Maybe. No.
Yeah, Alexis Silver Wingsaber was the hype piece back in 04. If you could get the Superlink one that had all the extra paint apps that they like invented a price point for so they could just paint it a lot. Does the permanent link work? Let me see.
Hey, Internet Archive maybe. 404's on the Internet Archive. Okay.
Sad.
It's Seibertron's 404 page. Let me see. It's got 92 captures, so let's go back in time closer to rather than the modern day one.
Yeah, permanent link does work, but it's just to the the blanket capsule of the news posts.
We've got some images.
Oh, goody.
Doop, dop, florp, doop.
Let's get a look at this.
Except you click on the thing for the images.
No!
Nope, that wasn't archived.
Okay, well, can I... Can you all see that? I remember the cosplayer, kind of.
Oh, hey. Go up on that top bar, the the Wayback Machine top bar.
Yeah.
Hit left. So like the arrowed left. Like where it has, you see Feb 05 there.
Yeah.
Hit that left. And then try the Dreamwave crew. Because that worked for me, and now I'm into the page that shows what's in it.
Oh yeah, something's happening. Ooh! Okay. I don't know if I hit this.
Don Figueroa drawing transformers.
Oh! Hello! Don Figueroa before the stealth bomber Megatron. Adam Paddock and Brad Mick. Let's witness. I wonder which one is which. Yeah, Brad Mick photo. Lots of smiling Don Figueroa. Huge Mountain Dew case in the background. Let's see Brad Mick posing. They who claim to be Brad Mick, at least. So friggin'... That's so the year 2004. Everything about that is the year 2004. The haircut, the little patch.
Yeah.
I saw there was Pat Lee in here, too. So check it out. There's my prototype. Right there on the left. That's what someone in the 2010s thought was me when they saw me with the name label. Alright, I want to see if things were like there are going to be people. Like fans and miscellaneous.
I'm trying the fans and miscellaneous, and very few of the things are loading. Maybe if
some of these are busted, I think.
Oh no! Like the thumbnails load, but then when I try to like click on it, it just gives me like a bunk page, but I don't know. Like it's got something there, like it had something there.
Yeah.
But not so much there that it's.
Oh, here, I remember this cosplayer too.
Showing.
This was I remember the Black Arachnia cosplayer. So that works.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fan created character flashback. Was this the DeLorean character? I think it was. Some of this is working. That costume was pretty dang neat to see back in 04. Yeah, at least the two I tried were working. I'm gonna click a few more random.
Well, it likes you better than it likes me, then.
Could be.
I was trying to see if I could find a wee baby Aaron.
Oh yeah. Okay, now I've hit one where it's not loading in the actual photo. Oh no, it is.
Yeah.
What? Well.
What about these? The very, very delayed images on your side, then.
What about the broken ones? Can I? Like, it is taking a good hot second to load some of this in. Person on the left is going pretty dang fast. These are decent views of the dealer room. Let's see. Waiting for BotCon to start. Ruby saying the Internet Archive accurately preserves loading times from the era.
Yeah.
Not wrong, not wrong. Hey, there's the Black Arachnia cosplayer again. None of these are me, nor do I think any of these are Aaron.
No.
There's people outside. Take a look at that, too. There's a couple of these. The problem is these are so fuzzy that at a distance, anyone with the right posture could maybe... Oh, no, there's the Black Arachnia. Were they following the cosplayer around? As, like, the bookmark?
Know.
This is the cosplayer again. Yeah, these photos, by the way, are 500 by 375, so it's kind of funny they're taking a sec to load in. I mean, the Black Arachnia cosplayer was a very standout visual. Like, there she is again! Like, I could see that also being an easy... Wait, that's Headmaster Dawn right there in the red shirt, I think. Super Fire Dagwan. I think that's Headmaster Dawn. I don't recognize anyone else, though. This person here on the very right is very demonstrably in the midst of yawning, because it's the morning. That's unfortunate. 20 years later, that's what you look like when your mouth is wide open and you're going, oh.
Whole bunch of
Not so Southern Gentleman says,
photos.
I remember this. Brian came out and yelled at us. There's the breakfast room. People in line for the breakfast. I'm gonna take a look at some of these lineup photos again. I'll try not to get too zeroed in on this, because if I start looking for my mom especially, I get very... People watched me frame by framing, I think, during the BotCon 2000 dinner.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Peter Cullen line stuff. I'm not... I see faces that I know that I've seen before.
Yeah.
But not necessarily people that I recognize.
Shout out to the on the very left here. Is that just a highly advanced mullet?
That's beyond mullet.
Because it's got the mullet flow going up the ear, but this is like down to like near, like past the shoulder blade. That's amazing. No disrespect, like that. You know, you figure out how to get your hair to do that.
Yeah. It's half the reason why I shave my head.
Alan Weaver saying no, that's Super Saiyan 3. True. Looks just like long hair like mine. Yeah, Acan Lord. I'm just it's the flow along the ear shape, like that with the rectangle on the back. That's kind of like, to me, what differentiates into mullethood.
That one of the Pena brothers with the New York.
Yeah, his face is so blurred. I can't tell. He could be.
Because they were all there.
Yeah. And they had that very, like, you know, sports jersey type vibe at the time.
Very much New York up in this place as well.
Yeah.
Because I think you're contractually obligated to if you're from New York City.
Robot Lore Keeper, were you not allowed into the con unless you had the baggiest shirt imaginable? Alexis Silver, it was 2004.
Yeah, it was 2004. Yeah.
Such was the way at the time. Such was the way. I want to see more of this breakfast. I should probably open some of these multiple so that they all load in faster, unless that doesn't work. Acan Lord, I think with a mullet, the long hair is relegated mostly to the hair in the back, and it kind of morphs into a weird flat top. Okay. I don't recognize any of these folks. Unless that's the same red shirt and that's Dawn, but I can't tell because he's facing away. Yeah, we never saw their face. Well, we saw their face, but it was so blurred out, we couldn't tell if there were eyebrows, specifically.
Yeah. And that's the rough thing. The digital cameras of this era also were not great.
They had one focal length, and hopefully you knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is devolving into a generative the farther back you go. Although I will say, y'all want some proof why generatives still suck. This still looks more like a bunch of people, even though it's a 500 by 375, where the focal length is locked on these two people in front.
Mm-hmm.
These still... Is that Brad? In the green shirt there. Is that Brad Twin Twist?
Can you make the picture... Can you make the picture bigger? It's 500 by 375.
I don't think it'll help.
It might be.
See if I'm...
Board-wise, the next one, and Tony, maybe?
This isn't helping.
No,
I think...
This looks weird.
No, that's Vector Sigma next to him. John Vector Sigma. Totally. That's my mom! That's the back of my mom's head. I think that's the Gaia shirt she had or something.
Yeah.
That's my mom! Hang on, I gotta save this photo.
So where the hell are you, son?
I don't know. Unless, I might have been getting food. No, everyone is, I don't know. Where would I have?
I mean, there's an empty seat to her left. Do you normally sit to her left or to her right?
I don't think I think about that. Wait, that's me! In the black shirt next to, that's me! I remember my hair. That's me in the black shirt, then Vector Sigma John, then Brad Twin Twist. I think that's Kickback with the backwards hat. Maybe. Oh, you can't see my cursor. Do y'all see how that's me though? That's totally me.
I don't know how often I see the back quarter of your head, but sure.
No, that's totally me. That is totally me. I can't. Finally, I found evidence that I existed. Yeah, I need to send this to my mom. That's so freaking cool. I can't, because we always back, especially back in like before I was 21, we were always hanging out with the other Europeans because none of us were allowed in the bar. So yeah, sorry. Where we're looking, because you can't see my cursor. Let me see if I can line this up on the stream.
You can't see your cursor.
You can?
Your arrow there. Yeah.
Is it? Can you see it pointing at a head right
up
now?
High. You went up. Well, it's also super laggy from what you and I are saying. But
you see me drawing a circle around the head here?
If I give it like a 10 count, I might.
Because what I'm circling my cursor around is my head. In the black shirt, facing away from the camera.
Now it's not. It must be on a different layer, because as soon as you moved the screen,
damnation,
the cursor seemed to go away.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, I found it. I had to I had to switch around a little bit. Here's me.
Yes, can now see cursor.
So this is me, and this is my mom, right here. I am 90% sure now. Yeah, I have to be fully on the window, because I have a bunch of windows open. Open. So if I happen
I remember
to be
that Gaia shirt because that was the 2003 show or the 2004 show?
It was a
it was the 2004 show.
Yeah.
Because that was like the lore that they were going to drop was how like Primus was Seibertron, Unicron was the enemy, and the reason why everything happens on Earth is because Earth was also a giant transformer, and that was Gaia.
I'm clicking the larger image link. Valkais has just pointed out. I forgot that's how the images work here. So this is a 759 by 569 if it loads.
Yeah. That's also the if it loads. And it doesn't look like it's loading.
It's still waiting for webarchive.org, but it wasn't waiting like that on the mediums. So the larges might not have gotten archived. I'm so excited. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the large is loading in. So then that means if I'm thinking if the photographer was like constantly focusing on like the same people, maybe they caught my mom again. Okay, this one's broken. That sucks. I don't recognize any of these folks. Wait, back there. I think that's Harlod with the hat.
Yes.
Aha! There's Harold Tietjens. I don't recognize any of these other folks though. I think this is Pete Sinclair. Only because he's standing and has the same colored shirt as the person over here. So maybe it's a staff thing. All right, I can't.
Yeah, there's vagaries of like I know that I feel like I know the shapes of some of those faces.
Yeah.
From having gone to many conventions, but That's not Daryl up front in that photo.
No, I thought that was Daryl. Yeah.
Head shape is almost that.
This
but,
is highly Daryl coded, but I don't know if Daryl went
Yeah.
to Balkan 04. I had the exact same thought. I was like, did he go?
Yeah, I'm bad enough with names frequently, but like I recognize people, and all of this is just loose enough that is trying to like fire off things in my brain.
Does anyone else see Daryl from
especially for
Transmissions
being,
here?
Well, and especially being like some of these faces being just a smudge of pixels.
Is anyone else seeing the Daryl from Transmissions we are seeing here? Because I was thinking that, and then I was like, I'm not sure, though. And then I got distracted because I saw my mom, and I was like, my mom's more important than Daryl. Sorry, Daryl.
Yeah. I think even Daryl would say that. So.
Logos says, yeah, it looks like him. I wonder if he went to this one.
I don't know. He's a fellow olds in Transformer.
He's got a little.
I don't know.
He's got a wristwatch on here. Like, you know, he's dressed pretty well. Okay, now I gotta. Let's see.
Yes, like finding the face of Christ in toast. Yes, I very much know that that's how my brain is firing these things off. It's pareidolia or whatever. Okay, Timu, Daryl looks kind of like what that guy looks like in the photo, so now you know.
He looks like if Daryl was in profile and had 04 slightly spiky hair. Was this Metal Hawk? This is Metal Hawk guy. This is when the guy from the Metal Hawk cosplay came out to this one. Obviously different cosplay now.
Was that the guy? No. The silver face paint is making me think of the guy that was in the silver like body suit the whole weekend. That I can still taste how that smelled.
Oh no, that guy wasn't cosplaying.
Oh, I know. But just seeing the silver face paint made my brain go silver body suit.
Yeah, that guy wasn't that the guy with the tape recorder around his neck with rope?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even string, not even like sling type thing. It was just like Home Depot rope.
I'm just gonna crack open a few more of these.
Okay, is that okay? If that other one was you, is that you next to Ty standing in line?
Let's have a look-see. At a glance, that doesn't. It could be. The blur on the face is kind of making my nose. No. Okay, hang on. This is a part of TFCon I feel like I don't see as much anymore. It's just people like sitting in little clumps on the floor. But maybe it's better for us that we have chairs nowadays.
Yeah, it's better for us that we have chairs nowadays and don't get clumped. Plus, I think we're also past the clump point. I have gone to TFCon, been through like TFCons and see people doing the
clumping
side of the hallway, and then my brain just goes, I'm 40. If I get down there, I don't know how I get back up.
Oh,
so I'm gonna go find chairs.
Zero's also saying most hotels, convention centers have really clamped down on floor sitting. In his experience, I actually have vague memories of this. Like, please go sit in your rooms or in the lobby type stuff.
Yeah. So Switcheruby, attendance was like it was good.
It was pretty good
like,
for the time. Like what, a couple thousand?
It was a. I mean, yeah, it was a full convention.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
it was a much more sprawling space than any TF cons that I've been to. Like, because it was the Pasadena Convention Center at the time had just a lot of open space. Like, I remember using escalators a lot, just walking around. So there were a lot more just like corners of the building that you could just inhabit. You can see it in some of my old vlogs from like the early 2010s where like there were just wide spaces not relevant to the convention, but they were part of the convention center. I wanted to also just highlight, here is the Eye cosplay. I thought this was really cool back then. Oh, and yeah, as you're all saying, this is also pre-MCU, so conventions weren't. Yeah, they.
Yeah.
People who were nerds had not yet been treated as like mainstream valid.
Yeah. Yeah, I know some people that used to go to San Diego Comic-Con before it was like XCCC, baby. It was
Yeah.
just like, yeah, it was a really big Comic-Con, and there'd be some people that have exclusive stuff, and maybe you can get it. You know, that's neat.
Yeah, and the TFCon
Not
Toronto.
like
sorry,
the media event.
the TFCon Toronto hotel is also super persnickety about like line sprawl in relation to its elevators, like super friggin' persnickety. It's I find a little bit much. Why can't I want to see this. It's the one. It's the one. What about this one? Is that the same person? This one loads. Okay, that's. Wait a second. Damn it! I know he's not here. Hang on. I need to just go do something on Discord for a sec. It's so I'm seeing like bits and pieces of people that I think I recognize. Anyway. That's the wrong window. Why is the one that's me? Not the... I'm so salty about this. That doesn't...
That vaguely fires off similar to, not like what you look like now, but the image that you put in of us of baby faces of you opening up the world's smallest.
Yeah, because...
And I think it's just because it's odd angles on a I love you, but kind of round, chubby face.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I can't tell that's either me or it's someone with a very different facial structure, but it could be either because of the shadows.
Mm-hmm. That and like looking down gets like a lot of face meat into chins.
Why is that the one that doesn't... oh, wait a sec. I think I've spotted someone else I remember. Let me take a look.
Yeah, the Vangelus clone escaped containment. Somebody else now with a doppelganger. Makes me feel better.
I think this is the silver tank top fellow with the tape recorder rope.
Oh, yeah. Bro. I can smell that photo.
Yeah.
I gotta look away.
It was a sort of a warm time of year, and if I recall correctly, the fellow had one set of clothing that he wore for the whole weekend with like a trackable sweat stain.
Yep.
And he had a large, like 16mm audio recorder with two wheels, hanging around his neck, held on by rope, that had a large handheld microphone attached to it that he used to record all of the panels, and it was adorable. Don't know what happened to him. And there's some faces here. It was always the rope part that really stuck out to me, because I was like, that's a lot. That's
Yeah.
That's fibrous. That can't feel good on the back of the neck. I don't recognize anyone here that is not a celebrity of some kind who is a guest. Peter Cullen autograph lineup. 3 hours later, still waiting for an autograph. Yeah, this was a long lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I did get his autograph, but I don't remember now being in a lineup that long. It's gonna take
I have something autographed by him, but I don't remember it. But I was also staff, so I think that as staff, I got one that was just like a generic Optimus Prime thing.
Yeah. Timu was calling out the. Oh, good.
I was going to say I was trying to get those line photos loaded to see if there was a photo of me as a line guard, basically, and I couldn't find it. But
this is some objects. Cosplayers. I've just been loading some tabs. So here, I don't immediately recognize anybody. Make sure I still got this window in view. Okay. This was I saw lots of people again, so I was like, maybe I can spot somebody. But no, I don't think so.
Ooh, imagine being that pregnant and being at a
In a line for 3 hours.
3 hours.
I hope she really, really, really appreciated that signature.
Somebody should have brought her a chair.
Yeah.
Like a foldy chair. The $1,500 litho photo is broken! God damn it. Try the largest image. Or the large image. No. Okay, well. Whatever this photo is, also broken. I think that was the cosplay. No, I opened both cosplay photos, so this one works. These are pretty dang cool. The Frenzy and Rumble look like precursors to the Cybertronian Spree costume, almost.
Yeah, they do.
Like the helmets look very, very similar. Almost wonder if maybe it was the same person, but I don't know. It's maybe a little bit too separate. And that not to say that Binaltech Alternator's costume looks pretty dang cool too. Like that, it feels like that's what it's going for more so than a G1 Datsun.
Mm-hmm.
Costume tech was pretty dang cool back in 04. Let's see.
Yeah, $1,500 litho was the thing that got cut off there.
Yeah. I tried to open it. We can see it here, kind of.
So I jumped way into the future for a thing and into 2005, and that one opened for me.
Oh,
And it's a quintesson with Power Master Optimus Prime and somebody else in the background.
okay. Just jump back to my window here. I'm just gonna go back to this part. I'm just gonna think, is there anything else? I think I'm gonna leave the rest of this alone for now, just for the sake of continuing on. But I am glad that this is still doable, as long as you find the right capture.
The right capture time and the right page.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, trying to next or back in some of them is
It's breaking the thing real bad.
yeah, because it's not the way that the archived.
Let's see. Takara Robot Masters Contest announced. This is to get original limited color weapon sets. I vaguely recall this.
You're offset again there, sir.
Dang it! Thank you. Yeah, this was original weapon, because one of the things the Robot Masters had with all their repaints, especially, were these like funny new weapons that could get plugged together. Timu spotted a $100 Maximus. That sounds right. There was a BotCon where there were a lot of $99 Brave Maximuses from Korea.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the year that I didn't buy one of those because I had instead purchased a DX Gaogaigar. Because I thought, well, I always see something like $99 Brave Maximus here for 2 years. I'll get it next time. Never showed up again.
No, the Korean one was Steve, not Brave.
Sorry, Steve Maximus.
Steve Maximus, because he had a couple of Autobot logos or Autobot stickers pre-applied upside down. So it was Steve.
Correct.
And that is my contribution to the canon. Thank you.
What is all this? Rhino home video DVD news. So this is when I guess they were announcing they were doing Beast Wars as DVDs. Let me see here. Transformers Energon. If the Armada box sells, they'll consider it. It's a ways off. This is Robots in Disguise is Saban, owned by Disney, so it's not for Rhino. Headmasters. They like the idea of doing this. They have to work out a deal with Pioneer or whoever did the DVD box for Headmasters in Japan. Releases are coming out too slowly. You have to remember our favorite animation is but a fraction of what the DVD team at Rhino handles. They've got Mr.
MST3K.
And Ed Sullivan. Everything Japanese would hinge on if they did headmasters. The gentleman who reads the Dr. Rhino email is a friend of Rhino's DVD head. I don't remember this at all. For those who dislike Rhino's TFTM, that was before the current team.
Yeah, those old guys, they sucked. We're the cool ones. We'll do it right when it comes around to us.
Timu, RID 2001 was a Saban project, which is also why it has been in home release hell for over 2 decades, because nobody can properly secure its rights as far as the actual animation. To this day, I think, which is sort of messed up.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, kind of like the same morass that any Macross stuff gets into of, well, this part of it was licensed this way, this part of it was licensed this way. This third party touched it once, so they think they have overriding control of everything else. And,
okay, yeah, Hasbro got it along with the Power Rangers, but then it's not just Saban, because it's also the Fox Kids element. I remember messing it up too. It's the element that Animated didn't have was like a third entity, if I recall correctly. Something makes Raid 01 extremely muddy is what I recall.
It's every time I've seen it, it's because it was Saban plus Fox Kids plus whatever they used to whatever like licensure was used to import it. Something on the Japanese side of it was slightly different. And then because nobody wants to go and be the people that spend the thousands of dollars to figure out what, like, where all of these intersections are and whose handshake has to handshake the right handshake to say, yes, that gets all of the concerned parties on the same page, versus how many people out there really would buy an RID 2001 DVD box set.
Yeah, and Robot Lordkeeper,
there's tens of us,
is pointing out the Fox Kids logo was displayed on the UK DVDs, which was like that was the whole thing, is you had to go out of region to get at it.
Yeah.
For, if I remember right, that was part of this whole like multi-entity vortex, was that non-American regions, or non-North American regions, I guess specifically, had more access to it. It's a weird, messy thing. I only remember bits and pieces of this. Sorry, I was also, I should say, like, this Rhino
it's
thing,
one of those things that you'll say copyright wrong, and then 3 different people will come screaming in.
Yeah, speaking of entities, for those who wonder why Rhino can't get a Peter Cullen interview or the like, they know you want them. Rhino knows how to track down those actors, but they are not SAG or AFTRA signatory. And many union actors will not do an interview with a company that's not a union signatory. The Cullen interview was lined up, but Mr. Cullen declined. The Welker, Berger, and Ross interviews are likely to fall through imminently. For the same reason, Rhino is not likely to become a signatory, because Rhino is one part of a larger Warner Music umbrella, which is to say red tape 3 times. Apparently they're trying to find loopholes. This sounds about right. Oh yeah, so if they want bonus features for, say, Beast Wars, they have to get Mainframe to do the legwork. They do not send a rep to Vancouver to scour the Mainframe hard drives. That's interesting to read, given the current reboot project that's going on right now, where people are literally scouring the Mainframe hard drives, trying to find and translate stuff. It's interesting that all this info was actually just out there at the time. Oh, I like this. Good work needs to be recognized. Just as Hasbro's told us they can't deal with exclusively negative comments, same goes for Rhino. Hasbro needs to hear what we're disappointed with when we're disappointed with a toy or feature episode, but just importantly needs to hear when something goes right. Strong Arm's head sculpt is awesome. I'm relieved you're releasing alternator tracks. Episode 12 showed an improvement in script translation and dubbing. That's funny. If you think adding the broadcast audio option to later sets was a good idea, yeah, hopefully people told them that. If you're happy to bypass the annoying best of Armada discs in favor of a large box, please tell them. Interesting. Oh, Akan Lord, yeah. There is a reboot remastering project that is going on where, if I understand correctly, the folks involved with it have access to all of the old hard drives, and they're just digging around looking for stuff. I believe that, not entirely related, but parallel to this, was the recent discovery of, a year or two ago, of some reboot, like, short bits that were made to help them catch up on production. I forgot what it's called, but it was an alternate ending to the Medusa virus episode that spanned into a couple little, 1-2 minute bits that they played amidst other shows. There's a bit of Megabyte watching and commenting on the end credits of an episode of Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. But there is a remastered copy of Reboot's first episode up on YouTube from this project, and it looks amazing. All things considered, like what it is. Anyway, that's a bit of a tangent, but there's a lot going on in Reboot remastering right now. Like, a lot going on. I believe on the back of a recent documentary that someone put together. Yeah, Alexis Silver, something like the Reboot masters were saved in some esoteric format that only 6 people in the world can decode. Yeah, it's like they're working from the raws, but those raws are highly difficult to work with. So they're at it though. Like it's actually happening, which is pretty exciting. Gestalt prototypes from Energon. If these were the fuzzy images, those things got me so hyped. 'Cause like we had not had multi-member combiners ever since a while. Like JRX was like the last. JRX and Build King were the last ones, but they were like their own thing.
I'm going to see if these will show up in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah. I'm just going to scroll up a bit. The Robot Hall of Fame. I don't remember this, but I remember this call to action.
None of those are showing up on Wayback.
Ah!
There's somebody's photo bucket page.
Yeah, this was getting Optimus Prime into a larger, more generic Robot Hall of Fame alongside your HALs and your R2-D2s. Pre-07, that was a bit of a push, I think. And yeah, Volkaisis and Ruby, I am also glad we stopped calling them Gestalts, because, like, a lot of people thought we invented the word, basically. And when that happens, I'm like, this is bad etymology. This is not my favorite thing. This is us thinking we invented a word and we didn't. And then there was also briefly a push to call them combinders, so that it would be more of like an original word. I remember there were 2 or 3 people like making the case on message boards like combinder, and I'm like, it sounds like you don't know how to spell combiner. Unfortunately, I get the wordplay because they're binding together, but it doesn't work. Takara's website updated. Probably doesn't work anymore. Some images. Walmart begins toy department reorganization. I vaguely recall this because toys at Walmart for a while were just like, I don't know, maybe they got some. And then like at a certain point it felt more like it was organized.
This looks like just their remods that they do every X number of months.
Okay. I just remember there was a period where it felt like Walmart went from like, I don't know, it's the toys in the back of the store to like there is a toy section, but like
I know that Walmart has evolved over time to be more toy focused, especially now that they are the largest toy retailer in the world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, now there's
But there's also just a matter of like, and you see it at any store. Like you go in, the week after Christmas or New Year, and it's like, wow, your toy department looks like a bomb went off, and the beleaguered workers go, yeah, it did.
It did.
What do you want? And then it takes a while, or the turnover to spring or summer. So
yeah, but if you're still here, take it easy, Ruby. I saw you're taking off. Trends Force 2004, another UK convention. This is a fun thing that comes up. This is just reminding me, because we're also, earlier there was like, a 1997 post from something called Trans Forum, but it's often brought up by some younger fans that, like, it's funny how often people are just saying trans stuff back in the, the turn of the century because we're from Transformers.
Right.
For good and for ill.
We're not trying to co-opt a word or phrase here.
Robot Lorekeeper
we did not know.
Says Transforce is the stat I cast spells from. I don't remember this convention, but I sort of remember the name. I'm not sure if it was still around by the time people were, like, doing vlogs and stuff. It's a fire STD convoy. Transformers.com update. Transformers up. Okay, Aaron, I'll be the Q if you want to be the A.
Okay.
When will the Transformers Alternators Jeep Wrangler hit store shelves?
Robot Hound, the Jeep Wrangler, is shipping now and should begin to hit the store shelves in the next few weeks.
That's all. Oh, wait, no. This is the same. Hey, hang on a second. What's going on here? This is the same article posted twice.
Double posting, come on.
Tisk. July release list, super link. Let's go to page 30.
Hold on, not for looking for T, but 3H and OTFCC. I'm going to see if web.archive has something for us.
Wait, was that back on the last page?
With the our news there that we just
okay.
joked upon. There is one hit of that.
Super link, BotCon pictures on TFW. This TFW BotCon pictures. Oh, good.
Only hit so many web archive pages at a time here, man.
I know. Forgot something.
September 1st, 2004. 3H Productions and OTFCC. Hasbro is aware of the issues that fans have experienced with 3H Productions, and we continue to make every effort to ensure that 3H Productions fulfills its obligation to fans. Transformers collection community is very important to Hasbro. We understand that there is much speculation on the internet, and we appreciate your patience as this matter is resolved. Period.
Ooh, it's getting a little spicy.
Yeah.
All right. How about these BotCon pictures?
That's very calm, nice corporate language for we've got their arm bent behind their back and we're telling them very directly.
Oh, sorry. I'm just seeing in the chat. Yeah, STD is a carryover from Brave and other lines. It's basically the opposite of DX. And for some reason, they applied that to, if I recall correctly, the deluxe Energon Optimus who formed a torso or legs, a top or a bottom. They called him STD Convoy because he was not the big DX combining one. And this would happen a lot, especially in the 2000s, where you'd be like, yeah, I got STD Fire Convoy, and they're like, or STD Fire Dagwan, and they're like, you caught a what? And you'd be like, not a sexually transmitted disease, a standard, because that's the opposite of a deluxe, if I recall correctly. Okay, Griff also saying that it means standard. Yeah, it's meant to be a standard, but yeah.
These albums do not appear to be loading.
Damn it! More Energon Gestalt pictures. Figure on the right is believed to be a Decepticon.
Oh, hold on. Oh.
Oh.
Nope, it's a different TFW 2005 404 page.
Damn it.
It gave me a header that made me think, and a 2007, yet different color scheme, page not found page. Okay.
Let's see. This is where we saw the head of one of the Gestalts, which looked a whole lot like Bruticus. I remember that was big and exciting. Because we first saw these as, like, black and white Xerox pictures, basically, is how I remember it. What is this? Interview with OTFCC's mailing up. It's so funny. So we got an interview with the recently departed Malin Huffman. Let's see.
Well, no. So he left in August.
Oh, that was an August news item. Right.
Yeah.
That was from after the time jump. So this is a not yet departed Malin Huffman. And OTFCC hasn't happened yet because that's at the end of July. Okay, I'm getting reacquainted with the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It's a big convention center. Will only a portion be used? Okay.
Yeah.
Will it still be an art room, video room, etc.? Yes, on both. Video rooms is going to be running G1.
Video rooms.
Those were so fun.
Yeah.
I remember at one BotCon when they were just running all of G1, a bunch of us, after hitting the bar, went to one of the... It was like a 24/7 video room, and we just like sat down and watched some City of Steel and laughed a lot.
Yeah, I remember there was one time with the video room where somebody had like a 10-disc DVD changer. And just loaded, like all the Rhino DVDs into it and just went like, play.
It was a really chill room because it's like no one really, as long as you weren't screaming, no one cared if you were having conversations because, you know, the volume was up.
Right.
See, this year's art contest auction is being organized by Trickster. Sometimes watches these. Deadline of July 1 for converting VHS entries to digital video. That's a whole thing back then. Convention exclusives. Mega Zarok is still planned to be available for pickup. Sentinel Maximus to ship following the convention. Is there a definitive guest list? Anthony Beard, I vaguely recall the master painter Anthony Beard as being something that I talked about somewhere once, but
Yeah. So if you remember the Hasbro tour.
Yeah.
Master painter was the person that paints the masters.
Yeah, but why? I've said the name Anthony Beard in the last couple months. I don't remember why.
Okay.
It came up. I was talking about something, and it was like, Anthony Beard says, and I was like, oh, the master painter. Akan Lord remembering CD changers. Yeah, Robot Lore Keeper, this is Tangent, I agree. There are a very common thing I see a lot of the time now is people going like, you gotta get by the terrible animation of Beast Wars to enjoy the show, and I'm just always like, it's just strange how, like, Reboot escapes this when both were very cutting edge for the time, and, like, they have enough intent behind them that even the jankest of animation moments, they don't feel like junk animation, if that makes sense. They feel like bespoked in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, Beast Wars animation catches a lot of flack nowadays, more so than I remember.
I wonder if some of it's just Uncanny Valley
probably.
territory, where it's like, yeah, the models are primitive, the animation's really good. So
yeah,
I wonder if it's more just a matter of like, people see it, they know what some of that stuff looks like now, and don't have the realization that it is literal like quantum leaps of technology between here and there. Yeah. Babylon 5.
I have no patience for it. I try my best to have patience because it doesn't matter. But like the number of people who go off on Babylon 5 and do not say a single thing about like DS9 or TNG, I'm just like, I'm sorry, but like I like all those shows. It's wild to me how Babylon 5 catches it the most.
So TNG has no computer animation in it. That's why they were able to do Blu-ray remasters.
Yeah.
Because everything in TNG was film.
Yeah.
DS9 in the latter half started picking up CG, and they had some things through it. Odo, a bunch of his stuff was CG. And that specifically is a reason why, like, when Paramount started looking at, like, hey, let's do the next series, Deep Space Nine, and then a bunch of people went, because, like, they'd have to go back and recreate a bunch of that. And then further on with Voyager, because all of those things were done to tape, not to film. And it's not like there was ever a film master in between it.
In Babylon 5, my understanding is, like, any surviving CG base elements, like, are not even in a compatible, like, it's some of them I think were even in like in I rather than P, or something like
Yeah.
that. Like there's a lot in the way, but there are folks who will look at the makeup even on Babylon 5 and go like, oh, this looks pretty low budge, and I'm yeah, but like you are saying the same thing about like season 1 DS9, yes, because like it took a hot second for Odo to look like Odo, you know, it. Anyway, Babylon 5 and Beast Wars both catch a lot of like strays that I feel are like contextually undeserved. The Babylon 5 ones just really set me off because Babylon 5 looks like a really good FMV game as a non-derogatory. It's like what I wanted Wing Commander to be in a way, and then like it's blocked like a stage plane. Ah, anyway, yeah. No, I've seen more often. You know, like Beast Wars catching some flack. It's been very fun watching specifically live from Diaclona, who just finished watching Armada, having reaction to people going like Beast Wars looks worse than Armada, and then popping. Because like if you binge watch Armada in 2025, it's not very fun. You probably shouldn't. But it's a weird comparison. It's a weird comparison to think about in 2025 because I like basically I think Beast Wars looks better. I think Armada has stills that look amazing and sequences that are really nice, but it's a toddler show, and it was made as a toddler show in Japan. Adam Bilmu, why are you sending me pictures? Well, watch the VOD. We were doing some history diving on the old TF Gen 3 crew. I think Beast Wars catches more flack than Reboot just because it's that much more popular. I mean, yeah, and I think the people who talk about... Generally, if someone's talking about Reboot, they are talking about it because they like Reboot or are really curious about it academically, whereas Beast Wars is just a Transformers show in a lot of intakes. Anyway, the dealer room's going to be packed at OTFCC. Let's see, Energon Grimlock images. The figure has been customized slightly. People talking about Micromasters. Superlink. We have a Transformers update on Transformers.com. Aaron, you want to...
A few weeks ago, you posted information about attending OTFCC on July 31st through August 1st. Will you be going to any other conventions this summer?
Yes! We also plan to be represented at Comic-Con in San Diego from July 21 to 25. During our panel at OTFCC, July 31 to August 1, we plan to discuss our plans for spring 2005, Transformers Energon, the Power Links battles, as well as the next series following Energon. Additionally, we will be giving away an exclusive convention mini-comic, as well as uniquely colored Energon weapons at OTFCC. I don't remember them giving away weapons. That's part of the memory hole of variant color Energon weapons, I think.
Yeah.
It's the same news item. We got the double... Okay, it was exclusive Energon spear variants. You could have one of the two after filling out a survey. I think this was one of the conversations I had a year ago, because it was like it was hard to track which one you get to have or how to get at the other one. Timu is saying, okay, there we go. Aaron Archer and Timu both saying blue and purple were the variants. Because yeah, Aaron Archer, I don't know if you were here earlier. We saw something about some of the Japanese Superlink variant Energon weapons that were at, like, convenience stores, retailers, etc. At LA last year, I was talking to M Cypher, who's thinking of, if I remember right, he was thinking of moving on to trying to collect all of those now that he's almost finished all of Minicons, and that it's like harder to find variant Energon weapon info and leads because like there just seems to be less of them. A lot of it seems to have been memory hold to some degree. I'm just gonna scroll down here. Aaron Axsmith, how are you doing, by the way? Now that we're 3 hours in.
Probably see if we can find a good landing spot.
Yeah, we have to save 2 links now because we gotta hold on to this lifeboat we're in before we get back to August.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do this page because it's page 29, and this is a separate set of listings, so these shouldn't change. So let's go through this page and then we'll call it on your end. John released in Latin America. Credit Nap Jr.
Nap Jr.
Good old Nap
That's
Jr.
Another name.
Nap Jr. did a whole bunch of Avatar stuff for TFW, I believe, for one of the board history modes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dreamwave's Simon Furman surpasses historic 25-issue Marvel US run with Energon issues 30 and 31. That series, however, would actually just never finish. Unfortunately. But, yeah. Aaron Archer saying Babylon 5 was as good as DS9. I mean, hell yeah. I love both series. I love both series. I just think I've encountered so many people who will go hard on Babylon 5's special effects and seemingly just glaze over DS9 in a way that I find really, I'll say confusing.
So I think part of it would be that Babylon 5 had moving textures where Deep Space Nine didn't.
Okay, yeah.
You didn't have, like, the Shadow Vessels had the Shadow Vessel pattern. Babylon 5 itself, like, moved where, Deep Space Nine, and that's the thing, because Deep Space Nine, only until the very end, all of the ship stuff was still physical models.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at the big scale stuff, that's like there's like a 4-meter, 5-meter version of Deep Space Nine of the space station that they used for a lot of external shots of stuff. And physical models still to this day have a verisimilitude that CG stuff doesn't.
Oh, absolutely. But I also will say again, a lot of the time people then start going off about the makeup effects specifically, and it makes me grumble.
Yeah.
Because, like, Babylon 5's first season is one of the roughest looking ones, but it still has... Babylon 5 has a vibe, partly because the pilot was so dark in its directing. And they course corrected off of that, but some of it still lingered afterwards in a way that I really liked. Like, Babylon 5 had dark shadows in some of its sets that I think looks really cool. And a lot of it is about the straight-facedness, too, of how you're delivering on it, which I think Babylon 5 did in spades. Like, nobody ever went, like... Aside from, like, the cyborg monster in Season 1 in one episode, like, generally, everyone played it all very straight-faced, very, like, this is just what people look like on the station, and, like, I think it really works. It looks like a really good FMV game. That's still what I always go back to on Babylon 5. Like an excellent FMV game that if you compressed it to be on a CD, you would not see any of these, edges, I think. And yeah, Dynamo Dave also naming like Farscape Lex, Space Above and Farscape on, I think the whole thing got uploaded officially to YouTube, by the way. I was notified about that because I've still never seen all of Farscape properly. It's been on a to-do list for a bit. Anyway, there's an Energon Swoop and Grimlock size comparison that you can see here. It's 2005 boards.
Yeah. Well, here, hold on. Let me actually try that one. Sometimes some threads will work.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounts don't. So the thread works.
But not the pictures, I'm guessing.
Do the attached images in the thread do not.
Oh. Any funny reactions?
First response, you're kidding, ick. Well, it's official. These are the first 2 Dinobot figures I'm giving a pass on. I'll just kit bash Aerobot and Reptron instead.
I'll just kit bash Aerobot!
From TF Vanguard, from Option 0, who the crap decided to make Swoop bigger than Grimlock? TF Vanguard. It's not just that. I mean, these 2 guys really, italics, suck to new levels of Neo Generation suck.
Neo Generations? What?
Easily the worst figures of Armada / Energon so far. So that means I imagine that Orson will blame Takara for this one too.
Wait, where's that coming from? Wait,
that's TF Vanguard.
But where's the Orson blaming it on Takara coming from? What's the basis?
I don't know.
Because he said as well. He said 2. What was he talking about?
Yeah. Kickback theory has it the 2 of these figures combined. Shin Goki saying, I personally like them, but I know their full story. Berserker Prime, I really want to see this supposed combined mode, as I think it will make all the difference. I mean, I already live these figures, but they are kind of funky on their own.
Supposed.
Meister, it's disappointing that Grimmy is so damn tiny. He's supposed to be this huge brute, not a tiny T-Rex.
And these were the ones that, if I recall correctly, were like partly from like out of team people. Was this under that umbrella?
I mean, Archer Monster saying it's all his fault, so now we know for sure. Clearly.
Yeah. I didn't see that. Oh no, yeah, Wavesign. These we found out these were mostly from the U.S. design team, but I thought later in fandom life, these were also like out of team in the same way like some of the Titaniums were, but I might be misremembering.
S250 has tack didn't pay much thought on Grimlock and Swoop. Even the new basic Gestalt members are better than Grimlock/Swoop. I can't understand why Tack ruined such a great character. Orson said, wait for next OTFCC after OTFCC 2003. We have waited a year, but got such a Grimlock. Almost same transforming as G1, but looks so weak.
Oh, Archer Aaron. I mean, when I say out of team, it's like, what was it? It was like Micro Machines inherited people or something, where like, someone else worked on the 6-inch Titaniums, and I recall it being Micro Machines relevant. This is all going off of like half-remembered panels, but like it was still in the Hasbro like oeuvre. It's just like other segments inside who were like poking at stuff. It was like the 6-inch Titaniums, the original Star Wars Transformers, etc. I think it's existent somewhere in one of the knowledge bases, but I can't remember now.
Yeah, and then unfortunately I cannot see the further posts on this as the page 2 did not get archived.
Damn it! July 10th was the Dutch BotCon TF, or DBC TF, in the Netherlands.
Dutch BotCon, is that where each of you pay half?
That's where you pull a blanket over your head before you go to the BotCon.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Dutch oven fart joke. One time there was a news story. Oh, here we go. You have it right. A Tactics Titanium built to rule were other teams. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking of. Like, you know, yeah, within Hasbro, but in Hasbro there are other teams other than the main Transformers team, and et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, there was a... Was it held in a windmill? I'm not sure. Raymond T was there as well. Apparently took photos and videos of the event. I'm less inclined to go digging myself because I know I wasn't there, so I can't find pictures of me and my mom, but I'm very biased.
Has not archived that URL.
Damn it! We got Robot Masters figures in package. Convoy and Beast Megatron mini gallery from Robot Masters. Those were big news at the time. That was like, holy moly, they're doing original molds in Japan only. The Battle in a Box figure price tags are on shelves at Major.
Meyer.
We never had them. And also,
I was polite about the
America pronounces German words wrong constantly, and why isn't Myers the one that they get right?
Man, I don't know.
Is Meyer still around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 2 of them here in town. They're locally, at least. Meyer is like when a new line hits, they're frequently the first to have it in stock. Anything after that, good luck.
Okay. Well, keep your optics open, as the news item says. Brad Mick and Adam Paddock talk about Transformers G.I. Joe Volume 2. It's on Newsrama. That might work.
I was trying that. Both of those links show me what the heck is Herbie.
Damn it!
Spoilers.
Also,
the Fantastic Four teaser trailer dropped today.
I don't think people need an article to learn who Herbie is. I think that you probably already looked it up on Wikipedia. If you
How Marvel replaced the Human Torch with a goofy little robot for bizarre safety reasons.
if I recall correctly, wasn't it less that and more that the Human Torch was an amazing friend relevant thing? Or because the Amazing Friends were Firestar and Iceman, right? I don't actually recall now. I only saw one episode of that show ever. Someone was telling me that like the Herbie thing was like more relevant.
DFE's executives became concerned that seeing Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, who was depicted as an older team at the time, bursting into flames, might give kids the idea to light themselves on fire. Studio set about to come up with a new character who could carry the torch for Johnny Storm without literally carrying any kind of torch whatsoever. At least that's the common lore.
Carry the torch for Johnny Storm. Long was here says the Human Torch was licensed for something. They switched him out with Firestar. I don't keep track of that era of Marvel cartoons super well. I just get the bits and pieces, because Dan Gilvezan was Spider-Man, I think. That's the thing I remember.
The truth may actually have more to do with a planned Human Torch TV film that was in development at some point in the 70s.
Aha!
And conflicted with DFE's ability to use the character for their show. Either way, the character DFE chose to replace Johnny was their original creation, Herbie, a robotic little ding-dong whose power... This guy really doesn't like Herbie.
The editorialization is embarrassing. But that's also like every time someone tries to find how to write more than meets the eye, or more so something then rolls out every time they want to write about Transformers, and I'm kind of like, stop. You don't have to do this. You can just write as a human. Anyway, more pictures of Universe Ramulus. Was that the green one? Or the Universe one was different.
The green one was the one that was only available at like the Hasbro employee store or whatever.
Yeah.
Or wasn't there like very briefly as like a mail away type of thing?
Oh, Chris Muse is saying, you ever seen the Thing cartoon where he has magic rings and says, "Thing ring, do your thing"? I remember that.
Yes, I remember that. That's, yeah.
Long was here saying, if I recall correctly, Herbie was even designed by Jack Kirby. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be. The way that article was reading, it was a hit piece because it got even worse after what I even stopped with.
Oh, did they start going like his stupid voice? He's so dumb. He's a little robot. Someone should stomp on him on screen and blah blah blah. And,
pretty much, yeah.
No, people just wanted to see the real Fantastic Four, not the one with this other stupid dumb robot.
I hope in the upcoming film the Thing steps on Herbie and kills him and says, "The consciousness and sapience of Herbie has now actually died forever under my rocket foot." Timu had the Thing ring that said, "It's clobbering time." Oh. Anyway, that's page 29.
I got one more page in me, I think, before I gotta.
All right,
let's call it here.
Let's pop to 28 then. See what's down here. Ronald Reagan. Nope.
Heart rate got back up again.
Translabels
warning me about
translabels.com and transrepros.com are closing down. I believe these are the ones started by someone else, because we covered them starting up. They were started by a former Hasbro person, I think, in the last stream. It's somewhere in the last stream. Sounds like Hasbro asked him to stop.
Don't.
That's wild. I don't know the whole story on this.
Let's see if Web Archive caught that one.
Alexis Silver, the what cartoon? Oh, okay, Face, thank you. Universe Ramulus was the one they called Longhorn. Because that's what I was thinking of, was that hookup you just did. To get that over to somebody who needed one.
Hasbro Toys has requested that I discontinue the sale of all reproduction stickers and accessories. This comes as a bit of a shock to me, since I myself am a huge Transformers fan and started both Translabels and Trans Repros out of love for all things Transformers over the past 20 years. So it would seem that sadly my doors will be closing. If you have a pending order, don't worry. Once I have settled down in my new home in South Carolina this week, I will contact all appropriate parties to settle accounts with them.
That does lead to the question of, like, what did repro labels do to avoid this happening to them, and was it just operating out of Canada? I'm not sure.
I wonder if Oh man, I want to say that Translabels was making exact copies of the sticker sheets versus Repro Labels makes sticker sheets like additional things or their own versions of it.
Well, Repro Labels originally was doing and still do G1 Repro Labels, but they include the factory applied ones. So maybe that's how their sheets are not
right.
dupes.
Where I think that Translabels was, because I remember on the boards it was like, hey, I remember seeing things like, hey, if you are opening a G1 toy, could you get me high resolution scans of that sticker sheet? And then he would make copies of that sticker sheet versus I'm making copies of these stickers in my own feeding application.
Yeah.
I think that's one of those things that's like that tips on just the other side of the line of where one of these is an exact copy of a thing versus that's like a thing that theoretically if you bought a Hasbro product you would end up getting. Granted, a Hasbro product is 20 to 40 years old versus I've made my own artistic take on whatever.
Because part of it is like if the sheet itself is a duplicate, then hypothetically you could get a junker toy, fix it up, wipe it down with ISO to get all the sticker goop and stickers off, put it in a box, slip this sticker sheet in, then say this is a sealed toy. Look, the sticker sheet's going to even be in there when you open it, hypothetically to some degree. That I think that's highly unlikely, but in 04 I think that was a bigger fear than now, if that makes sense.
Right. And I think it's a thing that's like a breakover point as well of like what is somebody making an art something that is arguably art versus something that is making an exact copy.
And there's also a gray zone to this because like Face pointed out, or was it Face? Someone pointed out, yeah, Face said that Repro Labels keeps printing faction logos and stuff, and I believe it is because it is a gray zone. It's in the the what is fan art, what is fan art for sale at a table kind of thing, what conflicts with what Hasbro is selling. There's a level, I believe, of just acknowledgement from the Hasbro side unstatedly of like, it's not like we don't know you're doing this. And all it would take is like the wrong person moving into the wrong position inside Hasbro and deciding that the mark they will make is going after the Canadian sticker company. Like, it would just take that. And there is a way that Repro Labels could easily pivot, which is just to wipe all the logos out of all their sets. Which would be a lot of work probably, but it's probably is feasible. I would say maybe also consider that they kind of changed their branding from Repro Labels to Toy Hacks, which is more of a brand name that is less about specific objects. And Valkais is saying, didn't Hasbro get help from them with rub signs or something? Like, I'm sure that like there is engendered goodwill at this point too. Like Repro Labels, Toy Hacks demonstrably is not going like, hey, we're gonna make instead of saying we're gonna make something to replace that thing people don't like, they're like, we're gonna make stickers and some little pieces that make people like the thing that they don't like that you made, for instance. Talking about we can't talk about going after Canada in this day and age. Hey, listen. That's where I am.
There's a month of clearance now, so
yeah.
Make up a problem, be a bad negotiator, get exactly what you were getting before, call it a success.
Yeah,
accomplished.
I got a thread I posted on Blue Sky recently about something I talk about on streams a lot, which is like start inward and go a little bit outward and just make sure that you are functional. And I think that with regards to those wider things, that is a very important concept to think about again in this day and age. Also, Superlink Overdrive and Wheeljack have in-box images, that is Wheeljack who is downshift, and Overdrive who is Cliffjumper. I love the just hard misses of name synchronization in Energon and Superlink. I think it's adorable. I don't think it's anyone that like failed to do anything. I think it's one of the funniest ones to me. Where you have a guy who looks like Wheeljack, who's called Wheeljack in Japan, but in America has to be called Downshift because they called a different guy Wheeljack the year before. And it's supposed to be carrying over. But also that Wheeljack never shows up in the new show. because the new show is only barely paying lip service to the fact that a previous show took place. Highwire with kicker basic set? So I'm guessing this was the discovery of the G.I. Joe style kicker with the O-ring and coming with the Highwire, the big bike. Black Rodimus and Fire Guts Superlink Convoy lucky draws. Universe Nemesis Striker. I think I still need to find that figure, because I have a normal Striker. I like Striker. Powerlinks Battle stuff. K-Festival 2004. The Kodansha Super Character Festival. Had some Robot Masters stuff. Energon Downshift and Tow Line are out in the US. Alternators still going in the UK. There were rumors that it was stopping, I suppose, but then someone found a Hound. World's Smallest Hot Rod Gallery. Courtesy of Remy. I think this is when we, like, this Hot Rod was in a bit of a limbo state. Because I remember, like, that third series only kind of didn't sort of happen, maybe. And then, like, what was it? The tracks never happened or something. The end of Smallest Transformers was quite messy. But, that is page 28. That takes us to July 19th. So we did still make some dang gains. We went 2 months forward. With fairly significant... For those who wonder why we're looking at Seibertron right now, it's because on TFW, May 27 jumps to August 24th in 2004. So thanks to Ruby, who's gone for the night, we had this link that was easy to go to start looking at the bits that we missed in 2004. So when next we convene, we'll be starting here until we get to August 24th, and then we'll hop back over to TFW just to continue the chain, to continue the line. Falkais has pointed out, a lot of the news of this era seems to be coming off the 2005 ports. Aaron...
Which again, makes me wonder what happened with 2005's archives, but I know that it's been through a couple of rounds of corruptions, so
yeah,
who really knows?
But yeah, Aaron, thanks for joining me. I'm gonna probably poke you a bit more often this month, because I think it would be cool to finish 2004 this month if you're down. And if I make it properly to TFCon LA, we will also be doing a panel about this, I think, at TFCon LA. So if you're heading out, stay tuned for that. But yeah, Aaron, I'll see you off, let you go, and then I'll just go through some final motions over here.
Yep. Take care. Have a good one. All that jazz.
Alrighty.
And also to everybody watching, take care of yourselves. It's important that you understand that you can't help others if you haven't helped yourself. You put on your own face mask before you put on the oxygen mask of the person next to you. It's important.
Very agreed. The self has to function, because that is the conduit through which you witness the world, and the machine through which you enact effect on the world. And if that doesn't work, then you're really stuck. So you gotta look after the temple, I suppose. It sounds lousy. But...
Yep, you've gone and butchered it. Good job.
Hell yeah. Discord never makes noises anymore. Alright, I gotta close that so it doesn't start yelling stuff. Apologies for the system noises that happened here and there. My Canon plugins were... Oh, there's a Discord noise. My Canon plugins started making noises too, like ba-da-da-dum noises, so, hopefully I don't make someone think that they have pop-ups happening. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in for this. Let me keep track of where my windows are at. I'll just show you all who want to see what we're talking about. You can see right here. New Superlink images from HLJ, May 27, 2004. And then Palisade Shockwave, August 24th, 2004. And then we scrolled up and even talked about Malin Huffman leaving 3H. And then I got up here and saw August 24 and we're like, wait a second. So, next installment of this stream series will be the recrossing over. Interesting stuff to happen. How y'all doing, by the way? I didn't check in with y'all throughout that, but we've been hanging out for 3.5 hours. Hope that you're... I gotta turn this text back off. He's not on the line anymore. There we go. Hope that you're all feeling as good as you can. Give me cool new toys. I got a stream VOD up a couple days ago. I went through the Mecha Invasion Constructicon types. They are super fun. I really like them. They feel like Masterpiece Galaxy Force in hand feel vibes. It's just neat having like beefy toys full of ratchet that are all built in, combining, and have some pretty good transformation schemes. Long was here. Needed this not to. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that it did pop up here and there. It's you know, it's all over the place. But yeah, I one of my hopes for this year is to just try to lay out some little sparkles of joy now and then as much as I can, because it's one of the things that I think I'm better at doing than other things. And hopefully that, you know, gives everyone little bits of reprieve now and then. I mean, I got my own heavy stuff I'm thinking about, even in terms of all this, because like I said, I hope to make it to TFCon LA. My entire plan is to. But, you know, a couple days ago, I was kind of really freaking out about the part where I'm flying over. But, you know, I'm gonna ask some folks who know things better than I do to get that reassurance I think I kind of need. That it is remotely feasible to still survivably achieve a trip into LAX and back. I'm on a direct flight, so it's not like I'm because if I was flying into Burbank, let me switch to face cam for a second. If I was flying into the Burbank, that would mean that I was doing a 13.5-hour plus trip with multiple layovers, and I think that would freak me out even more. I'm doing a simple one-way from Toronto to LAX and then taking an Uber. So it is safer inherently, I think. But no, I really want to go to LA for multiple reasons. There's friends that I want to see in and outside of fandom. Some of them I think it might be a little bit until I get to see them that easily again. So I would like to maximize my time getting some face-to-face with lots and lots of folks and friends. Saw some of that stream. They have a mighty click. Yeah, they're so full of click. Like, if you can just get Tipper here, this is basically like a masterpiece Seibertron toy of a character who is not in Seibertron at all. I'm trying to keep him in the non-blur zone. But yeah, just like lots of that. Lots of that. YouTube's trying to censor him because he's correct. But yeah, like, not literally Seibertron, it's just that masterpiece Seibertron is the best way I can describe how he feels. Carnage Creations, what's up? Aaron just left, so there's no proof that you and Aaron are not the same. Well, I know you're not the same person, but for anyone else, this is a real polka dot door pokeroo moment, because Aaron just left, and then you just came in. Tell me about aeronautics. Yeah, Chris Carnage, by the way, catching the front page news with one of the first reviews of Deluxe Devastation Optimus Prime. Very solid review. Not the friendliest review, but very solid. Not a toy I think you can be super friendly to. I really need to handle one. Hopefully someone gets one at a show I'm at and I can handle it before I see one, like, in a package. Because it looks like it could be neat, could be kind of fun. Looks like I'd love to not pay MSRP on it. Small Dream, masterpiece Seibertron, but the opposite of Make Toys Galaxy Meteor. Kinda, yeah. Chris Carnage, by the way, Carnage Creations, also just put up a review of Studio Series 86 Optimus Prime. And I think it's fine to review toys that a lot of other people have talked about. So go prove me right by checking it out. Thank you. The deco is really... Yeah, it's... It looks fine. It's just like... It's a little janky in a way where I'm like, Deluxes cost like 36 plus tax now. And there are Deluxes that do more for me. What happened to Galaxy Meteor? It is also a solid design, but over time, the parts of it that involve springs, in many cases, appear to be punching through the plastic. So mine is okay, but I've kind of left mine alone now and in robot mode. So I thought maybe mine's okay because he's in robot mode, so it's not compressing the springs. But then I have learned, apparently that doesn't matter because the springs are so powered, and also his hips, I believe, explode too. Since it happens to everyone's, I don't really worry anymore. But just be careful. Look up a thread first to remind and catch what all the different issues are. It is unfortunate because, like, I think it's a very cool figure. I'm curious if, since they are all exploding, I'm curious if it's feasible to create some or even 3D print some parts to fix the bits that explode or crumble. Yeah, that's right. It's not just exploding. There's also crumbling. There's a whole bunch of weird stuff going on. Yeah, the calf panels are the big things. Galaxy Meteor is the Make Toys masterpiece-esque Galaxy Force Seibertron Starscream. Oh, okay. Carnage says it's done pretty well, to be fair. 2.4K and 30. Hell yeah. Whenever this sounds weird, given like the visible numbers on my channel. Whenever I put up a video that does better than 3K, I get super hyped because that is frankly not super common. So I get very excited about that. I'm also, like, contextually, too. Like, when I put up, for instance, a PowerPoint night, and it gets more than 400 views, I get very excited. Because not enough people are watching my very good and intelligent PowerPoint presentations. I am Akan Lord. I'm hearing Titan-class tidal waves knees explode. I think that's a case-by-case... I don't have the... I haven't picked up that tidal wave yet. But my understanding is that tidal waves issues have to do with something between spring length and lubrication. Oh, yeah, there's that company who did a Galaxy Force Optimus that Toy Guy covered. That, yeah, by all accounts, that thing is a mess. The fingers just randomly disintegrate. Yeah, the transform and roll out one. Face, when I get to there's 2 of those PowerPoint nights in editing now. I have updates during those on the pointer stick, but the big update happened when none of the pointer stick people were in the crowd, and so nobody reacts. It was so sad. Have I listened to your Beast Wars pod yet? I haven't. I haven't really had podcast space in my brain bandwidth. But Carnage is doing Beast Wars watch-through podcast with somebody else that I believe is linked all over Yon's YouTubes and Blue Sky. Whose fingers disintegrate? The transform and roll out third-party Galaxy convoy. That Toy Guy has a very comprehensive video of his experiences with it that seem to mirror a lot of other people's, which is that it falls apart a lot. It's a completely fine design that was produced very, very poorly. Like, all of its problems seem to be on the production level, which sucks. That happened to a really solid... the Omnigonics spin-out Sunstreaker that was almost exclusively designed by one person, got completely screwed over by the factory, and came out as some super junk. And if you mess with one, you can tell that it was supposed to be... You can tell on every level that it was designed pretty well, and then was rendered very poorly in its production. I dare say a version of that, but not entirely, is also the story of Bold Form's Gladius. In that case, the issue was that only one person worked on it, and it seems like almost had zero input coming in from anyone else. So it's a very good start of a project, very ambitious project, full of passion. Oh yeah, and the designer of Spin Out put out some 3D printed parts to, like, fix some parts of it, but then also, like, basically said, I'm never doing this again, this is the worst experience of my life, and it's damaged my ability to enjoy my hobby, etc., etc., and it makes me want to fist fight with most of you, because none of you seem to care about the process, blah, blah, blah. And he was right on every single level. I was like, this is the most valid rage quit of a fandom I have ever seen. Because the moment that you post about the production of third-party items that are not beloved in the TFW third-party forum, in my experience at least, there are good people in there who will have, or at least do their best to engage respectfully. And there are a lot of people who will talk to you as though you are literally a factory. And I would rage quit in that case, I think. Super Jansen system. Yeah, I'm the one who put Bold Forms Gladius in as a third-party toy of the year on TFW 2005 and wrote a paragraph about it. I think it is a poor toy that people probably shouldn't purchase unless you have that academic interest in it. It is fascinating. And I really like it for what it is. Like, having talked to the designer at 2 different conventions, I really liked what was going to happen. Should that have had the necessary collaborations take place. Barkwater, what's up? Do you produce any toys? I do not. I simply glom decades of knowledge about toy production into my brain from people who do work in those industries. Gladius was the Megatron who turns into both a handgun and a tank. A notably tight and smooth handgun mode that is beloved by gun freaks who have handled it. But someday, if I ever actually make a video essay, it's probably going to be about Gladius, because there's so much to talk about with it. But I feel like I would want to fill in a lot of the gaps in my knowledge of its timeline, and I don't know how, because they're so far away now. And like my last interaction with the designer of Gladius at a TFCon on the Monday that it was over was him sitting extremely depressed in the hallway with his partner. And when I said, "Hey, I was glad to see you," he said something like, "Really? Don't like, it's fine. I know a lot of people hate the thing I made." Like he looked like physically crushed by the reception that Gladius got. And it really broke my heart. It was that and the way Jesselyn got run off the couple of Ocular Max threads she was posting in, that like, you give those 2 bullet points a garnish of Fans Toys fanboyism, and that is why I have a bit of a combative attitude about third-party discussion forum candor. I kind of like assume the worst a lot of the time. If that makes sense. It is unfair of me, but like, it's unfair, but coming from a place that I feel is at least somewhat valid as of like the mid-2010s, and I never went back in to look, so that's on me. But I think I just found there was a lack of curiosity when people who were making these things were actively participating. Super Jansen system. Gladius is almost like a Studio Half-Eye thing for me. Has that independent spirit to it. 100%. Yeah, that's a great way to put it in my case, too. Like, I think even the manual is fascinating, because you can tell... I've gone on this tangent before, my apologies if you've heard this before, but, like, Gladius's manual, the instruction manual, is unhelpful in a lot of respects, but if you read through it and look at where the manual hyper-focuses and then starts glazing a little bit, it's exactly like someone who has worked for years on one project and is really proud of certain moments of it, and then other very critical parts they have gone through so many times as just the necessary musculature between those proud moments. It's like, you didn't describe these steps enough, but like, I can tell it's because you have been working on this toy for years that you just don't really care about those steps, because they are simply the ligaments that connect the moments you are much more proud of that you want to showcase in this instruction manual. Chris Muse got my first Tobot. Hell yeah. I keep almost wanting to order some new Korean robots, because, like, Metal Cardbot looks so sick, but, like, every single one of them is basically, like, 120 Canadian. And, like, I can't swing that with all the other stuff going on. And I have some Tobots. I have Deltatron, who I have been told remains peak Tobot combiner. So I feel like, okay, like, at least I own one of the peaks. Oh, Carnage! You really are portraying Aaron coming back in a costume, because Aaron just got the sword today, too. Have you messed with it much? Are you enjoying it? Ah. My eye. I gotta sip some pure water. Hang on. Oh yeah, if you don't have to import Korean transforming robots, they become much more price comparable. But a lot of the ones, when it comes to shipping them to Canada, they just spike. Yeah, hydration check. Thank you, Face. Acan Lord says, sorry, I'm just catching up. You've designed some stuff for 3D printing, some quintessons. Hell yeah. One of my dreams now, my midterm achievable dreams, is to own a nice 3D printer so I can, like, personally interact with a lot of that space, because there is some fascinating stuff going on in that space. Especially in the transforming robot end, I think. And I was really enjoying... Let me see if I can... it's in a Ziploc, never mind. I got some really cool 3D printed stuff last TFCon Toronto, and I want to know, like, if all those artists have, like, how much they've gotten to iterate upon their art. Adamus Prime just woke up from a dream I'm very sure has been influenced by leaving the stream running. It's after 4 a.m., so I'm going to bed. Have a good night. Was Ronald Reagan in the dream? I'm please tell me someone clipped that. Please tell me someone clipped that. Super Jansen System. Need to get my hands on that 3D printed Armada Dead End. Yeah, I love that thing. It's a little bit rickety, but, like, in the good way, you know? Like, I don't know how else to put that. Like, it's not like, you know, I can just play with this, rip on all the joints and stuff. Like, it feels very garage kit. But in a cool way. Acan Lord, I'm actually the only guy on the internet that designed a 3D printable tri-faced quintesson from the Dweller in the Depths episode. Hell yeah! If you can shoot me a link, can you? I don't know if you can shoot me a link, like, in somewhere, because it's probably not going to let you post it in here. Or if there's some way you can malform the link so it'll show up in the chat. It would be cool to share that. I'm always very fixated on 3D printing stuff in the Artist Alley because, like, in order to have anyone even look at it, I guess, a lot of 3D printing artists, like, wildly undercost their stuff for the amount of time involved in making it. And by that, I mean, I consider leaving the printer running to print it to be hours spent, because it is. Because, like, prints can fail, and then you have to check on it. When your printer's printing the parts, it can't do other things because it's printing. That's still hours spent. So I always ask, when I remember to, 3D printing artists, how long it took to print given pieces. Acan Lord, I can try to bring up my Cults 3D page. Let me go on there. What's your username on Cults 3D? Maybe I can look you up. This is very much working around YouTube's automated chat moderation. Alexis Silver, it stinks when a print fails. Yeah, there are 3D print artists who will tell me, like, oh yeah, these pieces took 8 hours to print. And I'll be like, how often do the print failures happen? Like, oh, 1 in 3 of them fail. So I'm like, okay. How many hours in do those failures happen? Sometimes like, oh, 7. And I'm like, that means these take 8 to 15 hours to print, y'all. Like, Nova Forge. Let me see if you show up on the search. Oh, I think I found... I mean, this has to be your stuff. These are all quintessence. Hang on, let me pull this over to the viewable browser window. There we go. There we go. But yeah, this is similar to, like, I have a lot of thoughts on how 2D art commission artists also have to undervalue their time for anyone to look at their commission prices, and it drives me up the wall. I understand it is a marketplace. I just feel like not enough of the customer side respect the time of the artist. So I'm very persnickety about this stuff. I'm checking my Discord DMs. Chris, that is a big sword. Hang on, let me get back to the browser window. Here I am. So this is the prosecutor. It's just the first thing that showed up when I searched your name on here. This is from 2021. These look great. The soldier. Yeah, this is the I think you were mentioning this before. This is the one from the flashback in Dweller. I wish that these image carousel sites would let me do a scroll down, show me all the images version. Oh, okay, so this is like the parts layout. That's cool. And he said, sorry, the prosecutor had like some alt faces. Oh, I see. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I like the scientist. I like his funny shaped head. Sorry, I'm clicking around a bit and then catching the chat messages. Well, especially if anyone watching is able to make use of this stuff with a printer of your own, hit up NovaForge. This stuff is very cool. Chris, that is still a very big sword. Chris, do you want me to show your sword pictures? I don't want to throw this out on here like willy-nilly. But yeah, my biggest problem with having a 3D printer right now is my apartment is simply too small and not very well ventilated, and I think those are two different problems that are both very serious. You can if you want. Okay, I'll show the second one. You look hype because you have a friggin' gigantic Diaclone sword. Look at the size of that thing! Barkwater, besides printing, I imagine painting these is another big part of the challenge. Oh, I mean, yeah, I would assume. Like, it looks like the parts are laid out such that you could block out what's supposed to be what color, do it maybe a little bit mass production style. But yeah, you would definitely want to have the want to do some color work. Like, you could probably print in colors, if I understand. Well, if it's for an extruder printer, you could, right? But then if it's a resin printer, you couldn't. But I'm assuming it's for an extruder printer. Lexa Silver, my printer lives in the closet. What did it do to deserve getting shoved in the... but yeah, this Diaclone sword is very large. I saw Aaron had posted a photo in the Discord earlier. It looks like it needs a special knuckle add-on for the giant robot base's hand to actually hold it. Dynamo Dave, is the sword more swooshable or more hayaable? Well, it turns into a drone aircraft by being horizontal, so it's got some inherent swoosh. Yeah, there's I don't want to spoil stuff if it hasn't been seen, but like there's a couple. There's a 3D print project that's very cool. I was looking at, is what I'll say. And there was talk of how it is printable using a whole bunch of different specific spools, and I have been told and shown that extruder printers are getting much better at not having as many like untreatable thick print lines from the layers anymore. Like, it's getting very tight. How large is the robot? The robot is, yeah, it's like 2 feet tall or something. It's standing there next to, it's on the middle right in the background. It's the extremely large Diaclone-looking robot in the right back of the shot. But you were also, yeah, you're saying, sorry, Akan Lord, these weapons are all free prints that are just usable. Yeah, 5mm peg. Very cool. Yeah, sorry, FDM, that's what it is. I always say extruder printers because I learned the word extruder before I learned any other printer language. Language. But yeah, there's some, like, for instance, on the prosecutor, and I'm kind of assuming that on printers you can like customize these printer layouts. So one could lay it out such that, like, I'm going to print all the tentacles in a certain green, and then I'm going to print the body in, like, a silver or gray, you know, and I'm going to print the head in a matching one. I'll print this bottom bit in, like, a organic color. That's my hope, is someday fit an FDM printer into my life so I can mess with some of this stuff and some of, like, the board game inserts people design. I know some folks with 3D printers. There's something about having to go to someone with a handful of STL files going like, can you print these for me? That just feels like a huge, like, burden to lay on somebody's time. And yeah, Akan Lord saying the thing I've always been told as well. 3D printing is cool and fun, but it's not user-friendly. You basically force yourself into turning into an engineer. That's been my understanding, too. That's why if I had, like, another room with a big window I could leave open, I would probably have a bunch of 3D printers now, but I do not have that room. Timu says, pretty sure new printers can mix on the fly, make it look like Beast Hunter swirls. That would be cool. Akan Lord, your printers are partially disassembled half the time because you were replacing something or cleaning it. That is what I have heard also from people who... especially folks who have multiple printers because they were making stuff for actual sale. Having to, like, fill their garage with 4 printers and having to check on them every 2 hours to make sure they haven't, like, self-digested parts of their mechanisms. And, yeah, the electric costs, too, of, like, running those printers for so long is also another reason why I always ask 3D print artists, like, how long the prints took. How long the design... I want to know the hours spent, because I think that with 3D printing more than a lot of other mediums, people glaze over some of those hours in a way that is to their own detriment and their own undervaluing of their work. And obviously, like, people have to match a certain marketplace when they are operating in it. It's just, like I said, it sort of drives me up the wall how many of the buyers in those marketplaces don't seem to care. And it bugs me. So I try to collect that info so I can start hurling it at people when they are looking at perhaps the same artist alley tables. I can cheerfully go like, and yeah, did you know these prints took 20 hours a piece? The ones they're selling for $10? Did you know that? Did you know that the spools... I mean, I've let up on the cost of plastic spools because, like, every 3D printer artist told me the plastic spool cost is, like... It's just part of the sunk cost at that point, like, that it's not worth worrying about. And I'm like, okay. Okay. Akan Lord, better hope your printers have a pause function, otherwise you can be 13 hours into a print, it could fail with like 4% left of the model. Yeah, when David White was in the midst of doing all the Mechazone stuff, I was taking a huge interest in this, because like David White was I'll always like gas up and talk up the great work of David White on Mechazone, because David White was like designing these characters from scratch on paper, and then translating those designs into CAD, and then printing tons of copies to tweak their tolerances, to play test them with kids in the neighborhood to make sure they could stand up to a kid, you know, messing with the action figure and banging it around. And then once that was all settled, taking into account the acetone vapor treatment, he was then doing the acetone vapor treatment on the plastic, hand painting several details, if not having his wife hand paint several details, because she was also pretty handy, especially on some of the metallic gradients. And then he would fret that he's like, oh, these figures are going to be like $75 to $90 each. And I'd just be like, yeah, dog, but it's like a 6-inch action figure that is as, if not more posable than some Marvel Legends. And I dare say more durable in some respects. Like, I think it's already a charity that these are under $100. And I know, like, what was it? I think Vengsta and some other people were also, like, they weren't 3D printing stuff, but they were 3D printing base shapes and then doing sculpts on top of them, and then doing, like, wax molds out of those finished sculpts to then do resin hand casts and stuff. I was just talking about that process with somebody before. I love all that stuff. I wish that was in my oeuvre. Like, I basically wish I had a garage or, like, a well-ventilated space that I could go to mess with all that stuff. I know there are, you know, workspaces and maker spaces out there, but like that level of separation makes it really easy for me to just forget about it in my day-to-day, if that makes sense. That's like I guess like some variation of an executive dysfunction or something. Not to like go to a phrase immediately. It's just like I don't know how else to describe it. You know, where it's like I could exercise more often, but I have to go all the way over there to that other building I don't live in. So sometimes I forget about it. Dynamo Dave, I have the red Mechazone Predanaut, still holds up. Hell yeah. I got the one of the ones he did for TFCon at his Artist Alley table with the what was it, the Diaclone era, those three guys, the one with the drill on his head, the yellow and black one. That thing rules. Akan Lord saying the topology of these Quintessons is a bit amateurish compared to what I'm doing now. I mean, you know, you got to build a skill set off something. I think that rules that, like, you have maintained for yourself and others access to, like, earlier work if you are, you know, developing past that. Barkwater says, True Prints can pull off some great structures. I feel the sweet spot is mold pouring the larger pieces and printing the accessories at mass. Yeah, I can see that working. Like for folks like us in like the really, like, you know, hand workable, we want articulated pieces field like the Transformers fans are going to have. My understanding is like 3D printing offers the ability to make and design like the joint work a little bit more intricately and sturdily than, you know, for instance, like a more resin-based process. Like resin cast toy stuff is like excellent for like the more static art toy field, or, you know, simple swivel articulation field. But like with the availability of certain plastics in printing now, it's becoming more and more reasonable to do printed working parts. Like Sam's toys. Sam makes toys. I always forget if there's a makes in there. Like getting to see some of his 3D printed stuff at TFCon was incredible. Like that shockwave he did for Jito. He basically made something that felt like a produced transforming robot action figure. is the best way I can put it. Sam's Forge. Thank you, Super Jansen. I don't know why I forgot the word. I was remembering like Sam's, and it's like, yes, say the 15 Sams as they all look up. Who? What? But yeah, Sam's Forge has some incredible stuff done with 3D printing. Stuff that like went outside of what I thought were limitations of the material structures at the time. See, first here comes one of the Sams. Let me see if I can pull up a photo just in case anyone hasn't seen it. I want to share. Oh, of course, the first thing I get, though, is also Sam's did that Hearts of Steel kit for Siege Shockwave. Okay, I gotta actually put Jito in. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get outside this thing. Here we go. We have to go to X, the everything site. My apologies, everybody. But yeah, this thing in person was incredible. So that is just like fully 3D printed, articulated, transforms, by the way. Like just the part where it transforms like this. I was like, what? You know, articulated, obviously. This does not immediately have... This is based on Jito's artwork. Which, you know, like a lot of good Transformers artwork, like Jito's artwork takes into account visually where some parts go. But, like, you know, as Sam's would describe, it's not like it takes into account the physical nature of the transformation. So, like, getting this all to work was something that Sam's Forge had to go through to get this to be achievable. I'll just flick back and forth between this a couple times, because I... Like, this is just wild to me, like, that this was printed. Like, this certainly isn't, like, a simple kit you could print at home, obviously. But it's making use of, like, a lot of printed plastic colors, I believe. Just wild. Just wild. And obviously, like, some of the joints, you know, some of them are pinned, I believe. Well, I say obviously, and then I say I believe. I can't remember. But I think the little fingers are using some kind of pinning in there. And, like, on the Discord, Student Scissors has mentioned, like, using 2mm steel rod as a pin. Oh, here we go. This is the base picture that was the inspiration. Let me see if I can drag this in somewhere with it actually showing up right. So this is what Sam's was working off of. So you can see, like, there is a color layout, sort of. This is the idea of how the transformation works, right? But, like, then you run into physicalities. Aken Lord, if you shared a link, it didn't show up even on my end. That is a YouTube problem. YouTube is not kind to URLs in chat. It's something I have tried to taper down on the back-end settings, and it is doing nothing. I'm sorry to say. Barkwater, if I made a toy you could fold into another thing, would that be copyright infringement? Do you think I would have to keep from saying it transforms? No. This is actually a Transformers thing, that the Transformers brand itself avoids using the verb transforms and instead uses the verb converts to not dilute the brand name, the Transformers. So, things turning into things cannot be patented or copywritten. Visual aesthetics, however, can be treated as owned by an intellectual property. So, as long as, like, even then, there are gray zones that are very much skirted and have been for years. But no, like, the very fact that something could fold into another thing is not copyright infringement. Now, if it is a robot that looks exactly like Optimus Prime folding into a small box semi-trailer truck that looks exactly like Optimus Prime, then you would be running into more issues. But if you just had, say, a robot of your own design who folds into a vehicle of your own design, there's nothing anyone can do to bother you about that. And yes, Wavesign, that caused some very funny wording for the Transformers crossover magic cards. I just had an OBS skip. What the hell was that? Hopefully you're all still here in some way. There might have just been a stream skip. My OBS went, ugh! Still connected, okay. Thank goodness. But yeah, this is the line art, and then this became that. Which even does this. You were looking left, and you skipped a frame, and you were looking right. We jumped time streams! Tom, but I often go, ugh. Yeah, that da-da-da-dong noise was the thing popping up saying, OBS is disconnected, OBS is reconnected. And I'm like, okay. Do you know how much was that? Sam's was not selling this. Sam's made this either for Jeet Do or on commission. I didn't actually get it straight. But I don't recall if Sam's had anything for sale. Because these transforming figures are so time-consuming to make, Sam's only really makes like 1 or 2 copies tops, is what I remember at the time. There's currently no system by which Sam's could make like 10 of these easily over the course of like a month. But you know, that is also a year ago, and things are always changing. Sam's did make several copies of that Hearts of Steel upgrade kit, if I recall correctly. Or not was it that, or was it there was something Sam's made that he had like a couple of copies of, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, Imgur Link, and then this. Let me give this a try. No, I don't want to make someone into a moderator. I want to... You try to stay within, you try to be a teammate with your YouTube UI, and then it's just, pff. At least it was make moderator and not like ban from channel like it usually tries to get me to do. Hang on a second, I can fix this. Aha! I think I did it. Akan Lord, is it supposed to be Acromia? Because if so, then yes, we did it. Make me a moderator. I can be trusted. Sam's had brought animated Constructicon stuff with him. I remember that one of them was strewn across the desk of his hotel room. And I was like, can I take a photo of this? Because, like, this is incredible to me, just seeing one of these sprayed across the table in parts. What's up, Artino? Zoom this out a little bit so as people can see. Okay, so Akan Lord saying this is your rigged Chromia model. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, if this is rigged, that's a whole other level of work, right? Because rigged means that you have put in the skeleton and bones for this to be animatable, if I recall correctly. Yeah, here, I'll hover over... Let's hover over Chris Carnage's name for a little bit. Yeah, for clarification, Barkwater is, I'll say, sort of outside of this fandom. We are simply both patrons and users of an artist Discord. But I love sharing this stuff, especially with folks who are not like super deep in fandom, because like the lengths and breadths of our 3D and 3D printing artists stuff alone, not to even go into the severe levels of technical detail and skill of a lot of our 2D artists in Transformers fandom, are super fun to share. Partly because, inexplicably, 2D artists who are very good at drawing Transformers characters, who are incredibly detailed, usually, and often able to draw them on model and dynamically, sometimes in 2 modes, are very disrespected in the comic industry compared to people who are good at drawing people in tights, and it is wild to me. Because I don't think that either of them are... I don't think that means... like people in tights requires a skill level as well, but there are Transformers artists who can stay on model and on deadline get out images of characters that are more detailed than this, as very solid comic panel artwork, well blocked, well delivered, clearly communicated action and emotions. And then they'll be like, well, you can draw those, but like you don't seem to be able to draw Superman according to your resume, so it is wild to me. Akan Lord, sadly, I am part of this tribe. Aw. It's so bonkers. Like, Transformers... It's not the only one, but Transformers is... It is a creative little bubble in which you can get a lot of very cool and varying different degrees of detail-oriented, on-model-oriented characters who are characters more so than they are objects. And to me, it should be the opposite. Like, being able to draw an on-model Transformers character well, and in the context of comic panels on top of that, should be a laudable skill. I even say skill, like it is literally art, but like... translating down a little bit into like the language of like also like being a member of an industry in which you are making your money, right? I just always think about the fact that like, you know, I'll jump to Alex Milne as the easy example, but like that Alex Milne can often draw like some of those Transformers designs he has drawn, and while doing some of the on-model detailing, is doing it while only half looking at the paper. Because he's, like, autopiloted some of that stuff, for lack of a better term. The idea that that is seen as, like, a diminished skill set is completely incomprehensible to me. I dare say, we'll say, bonkers. That is bonkers. That is not in tune with the reality that I feel I occupy. But no, this is really impressive. Sorry, I didn't mean to get totally off topic, but, I think this model, especially if you've rigged this up, I think this looks cool. The good at drawing robots people by hand. I think you mentioned earlier you were wondering if her hands are a bit small. Like, I could see them sized up a bit, but I don't think it necessarily looks bad. Like, I think it depends on, like... I don't know. What... There is a version of this where they are a bit bigger, and maybe it is communicating a slightly different level of ferocity and strength, but like... Oh, you were... Sorry, Akan Lord saying, the one thing I was really happy with about the Chromia model is how I got her hip skirt to deform around the legs as they move. That's cool. Barkwater, the cheat code for drawing robots is blocking the figure in and laying the details and stuff backwards. Yeah, I mean, that's... That follows like kind of the general sketch process, right? Like, you know, you got your, as long as you're nailing like the shapes, yeah. From my understanding of this stuff, as long as you're setting up your, I think of it cinematically myself. It's like you're setting up your shots, you're blocking your shots well, so that the heart of the characters and the, you know, the dynamicism and emotion of what they're doing is forefront. That you know, yeah, that is. And that is the core. That's the meat of the picture. That is what sets like some of the better art apart as well. I'm going on a big ass tangent. My apologies, everybody. Alexis Silver shapes. I got a Discord message. We have an update on the giant sword. I pushed the wrong button. Hang on. Yeah. So that's a 2-foot tall robot, and they made a big ass sword. Aaron Axsmith brought that giant robot to the last TFCon, so I got to lay hand on it briefly, and I was like, this thing is very cool. It is absolutely a HasLab Unicron sibling, in many respects. Aken Lord, Windblade model's about 40% finished. Hell yeah. Dynamo Dave, not a bad way to spend $2,000. But yeah, that sword is designed to also be like a flying drone aircraft, basically, by turning horizontal and you wave it around, if I understand correctly. Take it easy, Chris Muse. Alexis Silver, it bothers me that a sword isn't two-handed. I mean, they could always make one with a longer handle. But my understanding visually of the fictional nature of the giant robot base is that, like, even though it is an articulate robot entity, doing anything is like you kind of can imagine there are little rocket thrusters firing just to make its arm lift. I mean, Timu, if it helps, I think that the $2,000 is sort of rounding up a little bit. And it's, I mean, that's if you also aided on the shipping. Like, this is what? It's more like on the top end, $1,500. I say casually, waving my hand like this. And yeah, this robot was sold as two different enormous playset toys, basically. A massive ground battleship and a giant flying wedge. Okay, Chris Carter says, total cost was about 1,800 Australian dollars. And Australian dollars are more numerous than American dollars. That's how I'll put it. I think even in like a lot of the presentation they have done for this thing in their little CG short, it is very much like this is not just a command center. These are two command centers, and they unite into this giant robot primarily to shoot the giant cannons on the back. But yeah, this thing is like, it's like 2 feet tall, and every single square inch of its body is filled with moving part gimmicks. So it's not just like a large guy. Like the legs, for instance, are full of hangar bays and deployable trap doors. Lots of stuff like that. The entire torso is more or less hollowed out with like integrated like elevators and cockpits and stuff. Carnage, probably more now. I'd say you're on the mark. Yeah, I think if you're trying to find this now, you'd want to like, I would say you'd want to assume it will total out around 1,500-ish. But that is 3 purchases. in the case of what we're looking at. There's also like 2 add-on sets they made as well. This is basically like the culmination of a passion project. I have the little guy down in the front who's got like the little guy with the red top here. I've got one of those. That thing is already like what, like 7, 8 inches tall. Like this little tinier guy over here. I've got a couple of these. Carter says, this was my leaving my shitty long-time job and starting my own business gift to myself. Legit. Yeah, also, most people didn't actually buy this entire robot. It was the bottom half came out, and then, like, what was it, like 6 months almost later, the top half came out. And then several months after that, the sword came out. Is that new convoy? No, this is Dia Battles. Let me pull up some pictures for y'all. Who's got me a nice little gallery to go dig through? Oh, this gallery is too technical. Where's Army of Bees with the Diaclone sound clip? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Here's a TF source article. Let's see if this loads in. Hello, Brian. So that's... there we go. That's the original. And then here's the V2. This is the one I got. And this came out in a couple colorways. But here you can see, like, the whole play pattern. Is this going to load big? Nope, that's a store page. But it's 3 vehicles with little pilots. Can combine in a couple different ways. That top photo, they had put, like, different colorways together. Yeah, most folks have got the V2. This is getting a re-release this year. But they're releasing the 3 vehicles individually. And paying for any of them individually is exponentially more painful than getting them as a set, I think. Even if the math plays out the same. But yeah, Diaclone Reboot is a very much a passion project. I believe this was confirmed almost. So it is low production run, and the QC on this line is much more intense than anything Transformers gets. And that is part of the reason why this stuff is so much more expensive. Fans Project made a version of this. What did I click even? I don't think I clicked anything there. They made a version of this in I think called Trianix. That one was going was going for their Chestmaster kind of crossplay thing. This one is very much like this actually has story canon to the original Diaclone line. So that's why, like, the little pilots are the same scale, and they have little magnets in their feet. But yeah, Diaclone stuff is just inherently expensive. And the reasons I'm giving for why it's expensive, I always want to couch this. This isn't me saying, like, and that's why you should buy it. It's just, like, that's why it's expensive. Like, there is, you know, a line of thinking which is, like, are they trying to bleed you for money? And it's like, I don't think Diaclone is popular enough for that to be in scope. And then when I learned that this was very much an internal passion project, and the general lack of, like, variable QC, there's, like, you know, the nature of mass production is what it is, but, like, this is a line that very rarely has serious QC issues. Barkwater, yeah. If you had unarticulate little metal Transformers toys, those might have been GoBots. Those were generally like in the 3-inch, 4-inch tall range and contained a fair amount of diecast. Cultural stuff aside, GoBots are incredible toys for the era. One of my favorites. I gotta remember which window I'm in. It's this one. No, it's not this one. It's this one that I'm in, right? Yeah, okay. But yeah, the hand feel on these things is super fun because they have so many integration gimmicks, right? They just go together sometimes in ways like the little front claws here on this little piece, right? Those little claws are more of a visual thing, but you can see the clip connector inside. But the claws are also the way to release tension on the clip connector when you want to remove it, because you can like open them a little bit, if I recall correctly. It's been a sec since I played with this one. Alexis Silver, I'd say your average small GoBot is more interesting than its small Transformer contemporary. 100% true, in my opinion, yeah. GoBots have a much... they have a much higher median of interest and quality, in my opinion, as far as the 80s lines are concerned. Working treads, no, not on this one. These are wheeled, I believe. Because these tread pieces are just sculpts that, like, fold in. What's up, PT? But yeah, these are, like, this one is 3 vehicles. Here's a combination of 2 of them to form a little grasshopper thing. And then it can bend down to be a little tank. A different pairing forms this thing, which can crouch down into that little form. And this little 2-cockpit pod clips onto all sorts of different spaces or can just fly around by itself. And then here's, like, the wider combinations. This is the main quote-unquote alt mode. Yeah, wheeled and not working tread, trash toy. Where's the budget? What a slap to the face. So yeah, like Diaclone reboot is a line where you have to, in some ways I think it actually is kind of positive training if it works for you. It's a line where it is impossible to just collect the whole line. So you have to just pick and choose stuff that you think looks cool. And I think it's kind of good training in a way. To like look at stuff and go like, well, I can't get every version I want. I can't get all of the colorways I want. I can only really achieve acquiring what is out now and a handful of things from maybe a couple years ago. So am I cool with that? PT, dear YouTube livestream team, when I pop out chat, just expand the video player instead of leaving a big gaping hole in the side. Yeah, I agree. That would be so cool. So yeah, by the way, this is like the oldest of the reboot toys now. Like they are much more like this has some jank compared, what I would call jank compared to most of the things they've made since. And then these photos are because I think this came from Maze or Sixo. There are some folks who have made Diaclone Reboot their one line, and that often comes with like, yeah, I'm buying 3 of these Dia battles so I can have these little like, you know, scenes, because these are not individual robots. These are like squadrons in the fiction. But most people don't have to do that. And yeah, Chris is right. Diaclone jank is better than a lot of normal jank. And yeah, Alexis Silver, I'm kind of with you there. Like, I like hypothetically, like, you know, as you're seeing here, like getting creative with these. But for me, I'm like, I need them to do their one thing that is in a way that really connects with me, as well, because I need to be able to get a nice experience out of like one of these. Oh, Chris Carnage, these pictures are Maz, TF Square 1. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because Maz was one of like the originals in the Diaclone thread, if I remember right. So yeah, I love talking about... Here's another colorway. Like, I love talking about this stuff. I like the couple I do have that I get to handle and enjoy. And I think, you know, in some ways, I think it is a shame that, like, the discussion of Diaclone Reboot is very much just, it's so expensive. If only because I think it is a really great venue to kind of do a little bit of that brain training if you've got the enthusiast interest in it, to, like, discuss a line without having to, like, monetarily engage with it, if that makes sense. And I don't think that's, like, a duty of any, you know, enthusiast or collector or hobbyist. I just think it's, like, it is one way to make your hobby more enriching and in service of you without having to directly go, like, nose deep into the buy merch thing that inherently comes with physical object hobbies, right? So yeah, here's some of the cross compatibility ish, sticking bits on bits, lots of squatting. I like this. The long jet. By the way, if you think the topic of enriching your hobby outside of the act of purchasing things is interesting, I got a whole panel series about that. If you're interested in checking it out, it's called "Why Do We Enjoy the Toy?" I think I also got slightly confirmed to be doing another one of those panels at TFCon LA next month as well, which is what did I call it? Hang on, I had a snappy title for it. Whether or not it makes it into, like, the actual schedule, I don't know, but I'm going to pull up my snappy title. Here we go. I called it De-Stress Collector Distress. Huh? Huh? I'll put it in the chat. Hang on. You can see my clever wordplay. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? The pitch for this, the pitch line for this panel was, we're halfway through the decade, and more than ever do we need our hobbies to help us find solace and sparks of joy. Let's go through some tips and tricks to keep toy collecting as chill as can be. So I figured that the aim of this one will be very much in line with a lot of the other ones, but, like, I want to try to make the focus this time, like, you know, let's say you actually just want to expunge as much stress as possible from collecting, and, like, where you would need to go, and what extents you would need to flex into, in order to... Oh, Alexis Silver, thank you so much. I do got Brain. I checked. There's one in here still. I thought it might have turned to Steam at some point, but it still makes slush noise. So I think Brain there. So yeah, hopefully all the panel stuff is super confirmed whenever the schedule goes up. I saw earlier, Jansen System, will we be attending TFCon Chicago? I really want to. How do I put this? I'm keeping an eye on the state of your country. That sounds horrible. Specifically, I'm also keeping an eye on the state of air travel. Because Chicago is much closer to me than LA. A, it's a lot easier for me to fly there. That's the main reason I wanted to go in the first place. B, bunch of people that I know who I will not see anywhere else may well be heading over that way, and I would love to meet up with them to have some face-to-face time. So, C, it's feasible for me to bus there too. So I'm hoping I can figure out how to. My bigger concern is getting to LA because I am flying there. I'm flying a direct with the best airline that is available to me. So I'm hoping that it's all going to be all okay. But I'm still a little stressed about that. But there are so many people at TFCon LA and in the Burbank area and adjacent, whomst I may be able to get in a little bit of face-to-face time with, and I'm not sure how easy it will be to continue doing that. So I would like to still. Not to mention the fact that I also would be excited to do the panels I would like to do at the show, and I think it would be fun and maybe make people feel a little bit happier here and there, especially if we're talking about de-stressing your hobby space. Timu, what's the problem with air travel? It's like a complex topic that I'm only like very layman educated in, but it has to do with various things revolving around funding air traffic controllers, affordable and supported, let's say, number of air traffic controllers, and their et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, no, Barkwater, you're not wrong. Riding the bus is miserable. I've done the bus a lot over the years into the States. It's my least favorite. But there was only one air incident that is relevant to me flying to LAX. The other one, I went to look, and the craft was on fire as it fell, and I think it was simply a very tragic coincidence that other incident took place. But yeah, currently I'm still hoping to make it to LA. Because also, TFCon LA is a lot of fun. And it's in Burbank, and I'm mostly, like, as far as actually being on site, I will say, in regards to the world we are in, I am not worried about my safety when I'm actually there, because I spend most of my time either in the convention hotel and etc., or if I'm meeting up with people, they are coming out, meeting up with me, and then after we're done meeting up, I am back in the convention hotel. And I don't really have any need to go to anywhere else when I'm out there. I have plenty enough to do and plenty enough fun and folks to meet up with right there, that I'm like fine. And yeah, in the wider scheme of things, like road incidents, even me like taking the subway to the airport, are mathematically usually more dangerous. It is simply like a whole stack of things going on made me go like, and I know people who I have yet to talk to, who I trust to tell me things, and I have to go bother them, basically. And yeah, I've always enjoyed visiting Burbank for TFCon LA. For those who are from the area, I'm sure you're chuckling. It's called TFCon LA, and it's in Burbank, but that's just a convention culture thing. Like TFCon Toronto is not like in what most people would call Toronto. It's in Mississauga, but Mississauga, Scarborough, and etc. are technically considered part of Toronto as part of the mega city. Also, I will say, I know I mentioned I'm flying into LAX. Before anyone asks, how is that not going to be a nightmare? When I go to TFCon LA and I fly into LAX, I do not bring check luggage, which so far has helped me not have any trouble. Because a lot of the trouble seems to revolve around check luggage and the organizational parts that come in tandem with that. So I simply just don't bring check luggage. I just bring my carry-ons, and then I spend less. Well, I say that. I buy smaller toys that cost a lot still. Yeah, PT, Chicago, actually in Rosemont, yeah. But yeah, when I go to LA specifically, I always just come carry-on only, because I know I'm going through LAX, and I've flown into, like, flying into Burbank Airport is great. It's so fun. Coming in from Canada, the only way to fly into Burbank Airport is to have a 13-plus hour trip that involves layovers. If I fly into LAX, I have a 5 to 6 hour trip with no layovers on an airplane that's very nice from Porter. So, like, I know I have to get from LAX to the Burbank Airport area. I just budgeted, I kind of budget ahead of time, like, I'll probably have to take an Uber, and hopefully I can split an Uber or something going back with whoever's going back on Monday morning. But I'll also just keep in mind when I go there, like, I might have to spend extra on the Ubers. That is still worth not having layovers and a 13-plus hour trip, in my mind. I have done that before. It affects my ability to enjoy the show. And so I also am putting my enjoyment first, like a big selfish millennial. Scorp, what's up? The one time I went to LAX flying, it was 2 hours after landing till outside. Yeah. Then you have to pass through the hills in a possible gridlock. No, I've been there. I've been there. I pick my timings where I can, but I'm also, if I'm stuck, I'm happier to be stuck in a car than on a plane, if it makes sense. Or in an airport, because I hate layovers. I super hate. I did the last time that I tried to use Burbank Airport, I was stuck on a layover, and I was stuck in an airport so very long. Artino, thoughts on the Fantastic Four trailer? Great trailer. Really cool vibes. I like it. Don't look at the poster that they put out afterwards. I have rarely seen a production company with so much money just try to shove a perfectly good trailer into the path of an oncoming bus with such a junky generative poster of subject matter that it would cost less money to get a bunch of people to stand around with pennants than to come up with prompts as they appear to have done for that poster. So someone high up the chain should take a blow to the jaw for that poster. But the actual trailer had interesting vibes. I wish it was a little bit more vibrant color grading wise, and something about the thing, a lot of it works. The size and motion of the eyes and mouth are kind of not working for me, and I'm missing a subtle post-production on the voice, but I had similar problems with Korg, and I think that is simply a stylistic thing that I'm just not in tune with. And yeah, Long was here, the best part, right? Obviously, they were trying to make that poster look like Alex Ross art. That's the part that really made me go like... It's like, y'all know he takes photos for references, right? Do any of y'all know how photographs work anymore? Disney said it wasn't generative. They're lying. I don't know how else to put it. They are probably using the line of thinking of the end result was hand curated. There is too much evidence of absolute nonsense in that poster, and it's not just the fingers. There are duplicate grandmothers in that photo within inches of each other. But yeah, no, I don't think you believe them. But like the idea that Disney would go, oh, it's not generative. It's like, to go on this little rant slightly again. It's annoying because I know the borderline sea lioning conversation they want to have, right? And it's like, okay, but at the end of the day, you have enough money to have also just, for instance, paid Alex Ross to make an art print, right? Like, like you could just, it's like with that. I think I mentioned it on Blue Sky, that Late Night with the Devil film where they were like, we made a perfectly fine, scrappy indie horror movie, and then we generatived the art cards for the technical difficulties, and when confronted, we doubled down about how that was perfectly fine, and it was for the process. And it's like, why run face first into a chainsaw for something that in fact is indefensible, in the sense that you could have paid a buddy to draw an art card with a marker on a piece of cardboard, and it would have been endearing at least, right? And yeah, a lot of current generative is so poorly fed that it like Akan Lord, you're mentioning, it does something to the brain that like you can sense something is wrong. And I think there's no more greater evidence of that than the fact that when you point at something and say, I think it's generative, and you get like, say, 8 responses, usually it's 8 completely different things people are pointing at. And it's like, the more things people point at in lack of cohesion, the more I believe, like, okay, it is generative. PT, didn't Disney say X-Men 97 wasn't 3D animated? Are you serious? Like, That is once again one of those cases where it's like, I get the conversation you wish to lead me into, but I'm too aware of the spoilers of that conversation, and I don't have the patience. I am too mortal to want to spend my time on this. Anyway, yeah, this is annoying. Because, again, burn the poster. Set fire to it. It's not even art. It doesn't matter. It's kindling. So let's burn it. Anyway, that trailer, it was neat. I like the vibe. Hopefully the vibe carries through. I very much like the nuclear family kind of, again, just overall atmosphere they're going for. It was very neat. Yeah, PT is saying, to quote, someone made a breakdown of how it's 2D animated, but there's still 3D used in it on occasion. In the, yeah, it's like, it is technically not 3D, but to say it is devoid of 3D is kind of like, how do you put it? It's, what's the word I'm looking for? My vocabulary just ejected a few. It's where it's like, you're not wrong, but you're saying something in bad faith. Because it's, yeah. And it's fine. Because to say that there are digital or 3D elements involved in, say, X-Men 97, that is not a denigration on the show. Because the end result still comes out looking pretty dang good. You know? It's like, this embarrassment of the technology, whilst being a highly cynical corporation, is a frustrating state of affairs, because it's like a dichotomy of two different rotten pickles, when it's like, I actually just wanted a hamburger. And I wanted to talk about hamburgers. Why are you giving me, why did you stitch these two rotten pickles together, and more so, why are you handing them to me? PT, it's like saying no gluten added on food packaging, but not saying if it's gluten-free. Yeah, it's like... yeah, I don't want to... My next default statement I was going to go to is like, it is somewhat insulting to one's intelligence, but I'm like, that's almost overstating the point. It's just like, just come off it. Like... When your poster has cloned grandmas and at least 4 different 3-fingered people, like, don't, you know, just acknowledge what is loud and obvious. Illegally distinct, yeah. Timu, apparently there are 8 different posters, and yeah. Yeah. And if they're all posters of people going, I love the Fantastic Four, I'm just like... I didn't go into this on Blue Sky, but it's like, these demonstrably are referencing, if not a scene, an attitude in the film. But if they are referencing a scene in the film, and you have filmed the film, then just use the film you filmed. You know? Like... Or, as a project manager brain, if you're filming a film, and you have to spend an amount of money on your marketing, right? And you've already set up these scenes of crowds of people. You could also take some still photography whilst they're all set up. That's an efficient use of everyone's time and the time of the production. That's also where my patience is very low with a lot of this stuff, because it's like, it is almost doing way more work for something worse, where the baseline statement of what you want was already mundane. And almost like entirely so you can say you used that technology, as opposed to having reasonable artistic intent and absolutely basic levels of project management. And a production like a feature film is project management. Most creative endeavors that involve a team of people are project management. That's also where some of my impatience comes in. If I'm collaborating with even 3 other people, there is a level of project management if that collaborative effort is to take place in a way that is fruitful for everybody. Where we don't have crisscrossed wires, where we don't have, say, two different people giving two different inputs on the same thing. That is all solved through a lot of tenets of project management, which are not only are they not anathema to the creative process, in many ways, they are literally the nerves of the creative process. Not the heart, the heart is a lot of the creativity. But, like, when you are organizing people together, project management is so important. Yeah, Barkwater, chain of command being just one element of that, yeah. And, like, if you're in a position where you have to generative 8 posters of people in a crowd with pennants cheering, and you just made a feature film, then that is poor product management, because you very likely had those scenes already set up, and you could at the very least photograph them, if to not use those photographs, pass those photographs on to perhaps famous artist Alex Ross, famous for drawing the demonstrably obvious aesthetic that the poster I saw was going for. And maybe hindsight is 20/20, but to me, when that much money is at work, a lack of project management becomes insulting to me as someone who is very industry adjacent, is how I'll put it. I wouldn't say, like, I am in the film industry, but, like, I'm in the media and video industry. I'm in the creative industry, the wider one. I find it frustrating when I see, to bring it to Transformers, when the Machinima trilogy was coming out, and it was a very mockable trilogy. The only thing and the thing I tried to display this, the only place where I had legitimately heated disdain was the audio post-production, because it was so rinky-dink. The idea that someone was paid to do that made me angry, because I could have been paid to do it better, and I got very annoyed. Anyway, I kind of went on a bit of a rant there. My apologies. I don't know what the word polydactyl means. Yeah, Artino, there were bits and pieces in the Machinima trilogy. As someone who hated the audio post, the rinky-dink audio post-production gave me my favorite vine I ever made, which is the supercut of the Mistress of Flame slamming her staff on the ground and it emitting a tiny little bink noise. And Mistress of Flame bink.mp4 is one of my favorite creations I've ever, authored. So I found joy within it, but I was also very frustrated to watch it, thinking, like, you could have paid me that much to do just as passable a job, if not maybe even slightly better. Acan Lord, polydactyl refers to people with extra fingers and toes. Thank you, I did not know that. PT, it's a pteranodon in a thruple. I mean, that makes sense too. They got those big webbing wing-like structures. They got plenty of room for 2, if not 3. I will say, if you've never seen the Machinima shows, they are academically interesting. But you have to have that academic interest in them, I think. You don't really want... Excuse me. Hiccup. You don't really want to watch the Machinima trilogy, like, as... I'm gonna sit back in my chair and enjoy some entertainment. Like, you kind of want to go into those, like, okay, I am aware that there are issues, and I wish to academically assess this infamous production. I think there is, like, as someone who will always diminish the value of hate watching, because I think it is legitimately a waste of a lot of people's time, I think that watching something academically is the opposite. I think it's very interesting. I just think that, like, you got to actually have that academic interest, and I don't think that necessarily exists in a lot of folks, nor do I think a lot of people have to have that academic interest. It's not something that, like, you're a better fan if you or you're a better media viewer if you assess these things this way. It's just like, it is an interesting way to look at it. Like, whenever I finally watch Earthspark Seasons 2 and 3, like, I have very academic interest in those. I am certainly, unfortunately, not very interested in Earthspark Season 2 or 3 as just chill-out media enjoyment, the way that I very much enjoyed Earthspark Season 1 because of what I understand to be the case about those productions. But I'm not a very good speaker on media literacy. I just have, like, a lot of interest in it. I would like to be a better speaker in it, but I think that I'm not educated enough to properly express a lot of the notions without kind of falling into word salad. Artino, it's like when people complain about Anthony Fantano's reviews. He's clearly formulating his opinion based on things like music theory. Yeah, there's always room for that stuff. I think the something I speak about a lot is the notion of context, which I think is lost in a lot of online discourse when it comes to media specifically. Barkwater, do you have any show recommendations I should check out? Just in general? Or you mean like Transformers? Because in general, on the rougher end, content warning-wise, I think that the work of Powerhouse Animation on Castlevania and Castlevania Nocturne is incredible. Very much like those shows. Powerhouse Animation is one of my favorite animation companies active right now. I really want them to get to do Transformers. I think that would be very fun. Enjoy your dailies, Tonbot! Excuse me. Acan Lord, hate watching and viewing academically might have some overlap, but are different things. Maybe that's very much how I feel. I think hate watching's fine. Like on a base level is fine. Like everyone does at some point. I think committing blocks of time to hate watch entire productions eventually is sort of a form of self-flagellation, and it makes it more difficult to just have idle conversation with people who do it, I find. Where it's like, oh, did you see anything cool? And it's like, nah, I watched a season of this trash. I watched this show I hate. And like, this extends into a personal thing. Generally speaking, I'm more interested in what someone enjoyed than what they hated on a very base level. Not to say I don't care about, like, people's, dissenting opinions about things, or, what if someone dislikes something. I'm like, generally, no, I have interest in what you're saying, but, like, I'm always more interested in what renders someone a light, and it's just, personally, I just have more interest in that stuff. So, eventually, if, like, I find just hate watching is like this weird plague that creeps around the edges everywhere, where I'm having to, like, get out of the way sometimes, where I'll, like, hey, did you see something cool? It's like, oh, yes, that's pretty, yeah, I was hate watching in the last few seasons. Like, okay, well, I was in the mood for something else. But also, I think hate watching, especially if you spend hours and hours hate watching, it's like unjust to your own mortality, if that makes sense. Barkwater, you saw the oh yeah, so you saw Transformers 1. Sounds like you had a good time. Hell yeah. That's some very solid ILM work. But yeah, I was actually surprised, Face, when you said, yeah, because I was like, they still show it in theaters? So it's a just for one showing. That's kind of cool. PT, I gave up on hate watching. I got through 40 episodes of a weekly series, realized I just didn't like it, and realized it was a waste of my time. Yeah, like, there is something to be said about sunk cost fallacy when it comes to time and series, but also that's, like, I've always been a believer that, like, at the end of the day, if you are not having fun watching something and you're not having fun talking about it, then just stop watching it. And that's not to say, like, get out of the thread, or, like, don't have a dissenting opinion. It's just, like, there is a line that can be crossed where it's, like, genuinely, you seem to just be upset. And all of this is under your own control. So, if it is crossed to the point where it's usually, you know, when people back in the day would post like, I can't believe I had to slog through that episode only to come into this thread and get attacked for saying how much of a bad time I was having. I don't even know why I'm here. Then it's kind of like, yeah, you've crossed a certain Rubicon, and maybe this is not a good use of your time. Like, PT, I did sort of hate watch Red 1 a few weeks ago. I was with a friend, more riffing on the movie, laughing at Dwayne Johnson's ego. Yeah, I've done that. Like, you know, when I watched Beavis, Batman v Soup, like, I went into that expecting to not have a very good time, and I was with a friend of mine, and we were just like, you know, having a chat through it, having some pizza, pause the movie now and then just to like take a tangent, and yeah, like that is fine. That's why like I try to catch myself, and I'm like, there's time for hate watching, like there's always time for hate watching. It's just like, especially if it's like you by yourself in your spare time, and if you have diminished spare time at that, are spending literal hours watching things that you don't enjoy for the purpose of not enjoying them, I think it does damage. It doesn't do. I'm not talking like brain damage. It does damage to the self, I think, and also one's ability to then pivot. Like, I think that. How do I put this? Generally speaking, I find that aimless anger and negativity is like a poison for the mind, and it is toxic for the mind, and not toxic in the like general wider sense that maybe conversationally is used, but like literal toxic waste. Like, it leaves dark spots that can take a while to seep out, at least in my own experience. And I feel like my own experience is obviously not everybody's, but it seems to have parallels to other people's experiences when I have discussed this idea with them. Barkwater, last year I cut drama baiting out of my media diet, and my mental has improved coincidentally. Yeah, like, I've fallen down, like even on the worst of it, right? The YouTube drama bait rabbit hole, where I'm like, what these people I've never encountered say to each other? This is juicy. I find if I look at that stuff for more than like an hour, my mood comes down, and I'm like, this is bad for me. So I need to stop doing this so readily. Alexis Silver, that's what I was going to do, catch up on Sentai today, but Vangelus streamed for 5 hours. My apologies. I get very interested in discussing these kind of topics. Also, I realize I constantly apologize for discussing these kind of topics, whilst people are ready to, like, no, I'm also sitting here in the stream listening to you talk about it. So, like, you know. It's one of those lingering habits of minor self-loathing that can still always, like, hang around. I stopped the boon. Artino, I'm glad you streamed for 5 hours so I can finally catch one. Hey! I'm trying to... One of my goals for this year is to stream more often. I did get Burai killed. Is to try to stream for more often, or more often, not for more often, because I like streaming a lot. I talked about that before, and I'm trying to just more readily jump in, even if I think maybe I might just stream for like 2.5 hours, whatever. Someday I may even have a stream schedule, but not today, Joker. Not today, the Penguin. You can't. My bat schedule is not yet solidified. I want to leave flexibility, because I mentioned before, I'm still trying to do more, I'm trying to seek out more opportunities to get in improv practice. Barkwater, I like your gameplay streams and the interviews you do. Like, the 3A one was unexpected, but really cool. Oh, yeah, I kind of fell off interviews, mostly because I was trying to just enjoy conventions more for myself after 2020, but, I'm hoping to continue or get back into doing those. The folks that I know from 3A30 are folks who I'm very comfortable talking to. So I might bother good old Greg, see if he wants to do any kind of recorded chat. Face Forward got the melatonin hit. Hell yeah. Doesn't the channel banner still say something about the schedule? Yeah, but like changing it would be like, how do you put this? At least 10 minutes of work that I just don't want to do, because I can't remember how to change that banner, and and I don't have the size template handy still, so I'm just like, it's a goal. It's goals. It's New Year's resolution. It's hopes and dreams. Akan Lord, the Old Norse word is Eiter, the yeastly venom from where Ymir emerged and is the blood of the Jotuns, the venom of the Midgard serpent, and the reason why people are jerks to each other. It's what people today could call toxic bile. Ha 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 ha! But my hope is to eventually have kind of a non-cynical pipeline and workflow where I do have like at least 3 videos going up each week. It's just that they won't all be like reviews. It'll be like mixture of reviews and PowerPoint nights, or a short recut of something, or a stream excerpt, or a stream itself. And I'm getting close to feeling that rhythm come on. Artino says, everyone asks who would win Godzilla vs. Optimus. Is it so wild to think they'd smoke a pack and drink a beer while the sun goes down? My go-to answer whenever anyone asks who would win in a fight, I always immediately say, and maybe this is a jerkish thing, I always say, well, why are they fighting? Because I think that, because of the flexible and morphic nature of power levels in narratives, the motivation of the fight informs who is stronger than the other, in my opinion. So if you can't tell me the storyline of the fight, then it is simply they glare at each other and then turn to the left to both fight the bespoke villain of whatever that plot is, who was created to be punched very hard by both of these individuals. Yeah, Long was here. The Superman versus Goku. That's always where I come to, where it comes from. It's like, I'm just like, I just can't see a scenario where Superman and Goku are fighting for real, where it's not friendly. So, like, I need more data. And if you're going to tell me Superman has a Starro on his face, then Superman loses, because he has a Starro on his face. Simple. If Superman's all poison ivy veiny up, right, with green vein everywhere, then Superman loses. Simple. Whoever's got the Starro on their face loses. That's the way the narrative works. Yeah, if you're going to tell me Superman and Goku have sparring practice and then go for dinner later, like Long was here is saying, then we got a conversation, because it's like, okay, who had a better day? You know, who won the last sparring match, right? What if Goku has a Starro? Then Goku loses. Goku's got the Starro. I dare say I imagine if the Starro goes like, oh, let's use the Super Saiyan thing, and Goku Super Saiyans, the Starro gets immolated off his face, and then Goku's like, oh, why am I Super Saiyan? Hi, Superman. Oh, yeah, Artino, I agree, too. Like, to quote, Superman would not want to fight Goku, but Goku would want to fight him constantly, but they would never go all out. Yeah, I think Superman would be like, he'd probably lose more often, because he'd be like, you know, every time I win, Goku gets really hype about doing this, like, the next day. What if I just go down on one punch and go like, oh, you got me? You know, just make this less fun for Goku so he leaves me alone for a bit. Yeah, Oma Ender, that's kind of my thought. Is just like, if you can't think of a storyline and it comes down to like sparring or mind control, then I'm like, well, then it doesn't matter. The creators of either of those characters are not going to get hype that like someone on the internet was like, yours is stronger. Goku did that in Super, too. And yeah, Barkwater, yeah. Superman has many rivals who just want to challenge him all the time. Yeah, your Bizarros, your Lobos, the Mixaplick. They're like, I want to spar with you and come out the victor. And I'm like, Superman could probably clock that from like a mile away of like, you just want it. Okay, fine. It's like whenever people go like, could One Punch Man beat this character? The answer's kind of like, well, yes, because that is the entire motivation of the One Punch Man fiction. If it is different, and we try to science this out, you have eradicated the very base, like, reasoning of the existence of One Punch Man. So this like, you know, it can be fun, obviously. I don't want to be like a friggin' stick in the mud. It's just like when it gets really intense and like, oh, we gotta compare some paragraphs of data, like, eventually I'm kind of like, the fake science side of this is the fun part, right? Because, like, narratively speaking, like, One Punch Man, I mean, I haven't seen season 2, so, you know, and I haven't read the manga, so maybe I'm off here. But, like, having watched the first season of One Punch Man, which I enjoyed, the narrative existence of One Punch Man is built around the idea that he will not lose, and the interest of the story is, like, what does that, among other things, what does that do to you, right? Like, often in a somewhat comedic way. Like, what does that do? What does that do to oneself? You know. I should probably start winding down. I got on quite a tangent, quite a series of tangents. It's fun though. Something I still don't do. Maybe I should just do it. Is just have the what they call the yappin' stream now. Like, maybe I should just do a stream where the point is I'll just sit down and chat for a while. PT, never try to explain that a non-Flash can outrun the Flash. Yeah, it's just like, the character is the Flash. Like, he's in the DC universe, right? So they'll come up now and then with, like, funny little narratives, but, like, that's very bespoke. You know? Like, if you want to actually figure out the hard science of why your favorite can outrun the Flash, it's like, well, the thing is, the Flash's fictional existence is built around the notion that he runs the fastest. So, like, you'd need to be telling me the fully written story about this entity who runs faster than the Flash. It wouldn't be about who's faster. It would be about how the Flash deals with not being the fastest, right? But yeah, I should probably do a I was gonna say, yeah, Vapin stream, and then people were like, "Where's the vape?" Where's Actually, that'd be kind of fun though. But yeah, I wanna maybe try to make room for some of that, because I do have fun talking, and I just end up doing like a stream's worth of talking on the back of unrelated streams sometimes. Like, rip whoever's like watching the VOD playlist of this, going like, he stopped talking about the news 2 hours ago. And it's like, yeah, you should probably just track forward. My apologies. But I'm always more interested in fictional characters, like, especially if they're both, like, protagonists, generally. I'm more interested in them working together. Like, I always call them Mega Hexes, because Mega Hex was a villain in a Kamen Rider film who was a perfectly crafted villain for a bunch of other characters that we already love to destroy. You know, just a hubris-laden, kind of, you know, basic antagonistic entity, what gets its ass kicked several times over. So I always prefer a story where we just have a nicely made, you know, a homemade, oven-cooked, stone-fired mega hex of a character. And then all of her favorites, you know, they get together, and they're there mostly to just obliterate your narrative mega hex, you know? That's one of the things I love about the Sakamoto YouTube Ultraman specials, is how many times either a blur or a laser beam comes in from off screen, and everyone or a voice, and everyone turns and go like, "Who was that?" Or a voice will come in from off screen going, "Hold it right there," because, you know, the whole it's just there for the real base and the real wholesome serotonin of like, oh, who showed up? Who showed up to beat up these bad guys? Like, there's something about that that's very fun for me, that and it's an ingredient that is sometimes missing more often than not from when easiest example, but like when an MCU project tries to do the same thing, it always seems to get so hung up on like logistics, how this can service the Easter egg YouTube micro cottage industry, I just don't like. I just love the basic wholesome pure nature of everyone gets knocked over, everyone gets up to one knee, and in a different voice from off screen is like, hold it right there, and everyone turns, and you get a splash page display of like, look, it's Buddy you remember from Thing, and it's like, oh hell yeah. And it's not like, oh, how does Buddy from Thing, how does this work into Buddy from Thing's personal canon? It's like Buddy from Thing is here to do that cool purple laser beam, and you go, oh hell yeah, there's that purple laser beam. Yeah, like with MCU, like everything that they accomplished with Endgame, right? I feel the Sakamoto Ultraman specials distilled down into an even better, like absinthe. Where, like, they're all shooting demonstrably borderline a stage show in a soundstage on a green screen. But then you see, like, friggin', like, Ultraman Noah or something, and you're like, I know why this is important! Simply because of the gravitas of the giant name subtitle that shows up. It makes me get so... I just love that stuff. And yeah, like especially when wave sign, going off what you were saying, like when you can have the fun version of fitting it in, where it's like, like you said, I guess the scene from the movie Forza was in happens after this thing. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. The Easter egg cottage industry is on my mind because the first thumbnails that showed up after I watched the Fantastic Four trailer were two entirely different, 80 different Easter eggs from the Fantastic Four trailer thing with the red circles. And I was just like, I don't care. I do think this stuff is interesting, but your presentation puts me off wanting to see your version of it. I would rather see a list if I'm gonna look at this now. Yeah, Long was here. Megamax is like you know, this is all coming back to a director too. I think Sakamoto is very good at delivering a very uncynical version of like my guy I know, in a way that like is efficient and punchy and fun. It doesn't make my guy I know like kind of stare for a second like remember me. The production itself is not like physically pressing down on my shoulders going like I hope you did your research. It's just a good time, you know? It's a good time for Make Happy. But I'll save some of that for another time. I'm going to push this thing twice. Get some of that going. Ah. Hey. You. Thanks for hanging out. I will definitely try to put in a time code to at least indicate when the news dive ends. But if you are a VOD watcher and you actually made it all the way to the end of this, I hope you were taking notes! Time code stuff in the comments. It helps me out a lot with highlighting solid chapter breaks in these things. But also it helps out yonder VOD watchers just find cool moments. Also, clip things. You're able to do that. That also helps me remember when things happened in streams. I think it helps with the whatever engagement stuff too, but like I'm trying to do more clips when I watch like streams or videos I like, also because it's an easier way to share things that happen. It's in there. Sometimes the button is a little bit hidden, but it's in there. And I can see all of them. But yeah, have a good night, y'all, if you're going to sleep. I should probably eat dinner, because it's 12:53, and I forgot to. But yeah, I will catch you all later. Stay safe out there, and treat yourself well, for crying out loud. You deserve it. Ronald Reagan is still deceased.
Let them come.